crack, Robbie. Like all super talented, no equipment. And I was like, I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna buy all high end equipment and have zero like broadcasting
Yeah. I wonder
talent.
how true this is, what I'm about to say. One time, this is when I was still in the big city, the Windy City, New York.
Yeah.
I went with
The city
Josh,
that never that
the
but
city that never wakes up.
yeah.
They're always
Sleeping, making
they're
wind.
yeah they're taking the libtard sleep aid, bunch of
Yep.
libtards. Anyway, one night I went to a Sepultura concert.
Okay.
Do you know the band Sepultura?
No. That
They're
is
like
it
a shitty metal
is that
band.
techno? Sounds like techno.
No,
I see. They
no,
do soundtracks
they
covers.
they're they're one of the few metal bands that is fronted by a black fellow. So it's a black lead singer.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly fond of their music. I'm not a metal guy. I'm not Brian Posehn. I'm not one of those guys. And so it just sounds like noise to me. Like it's just a lot. It's just like a wall of noise.
It's such an obscure reference that, especially, he's on the cusp of being too old for you.
Brian
And to pick,
Posehn.
well, most people know him as like a comedian actor, and you're like, I'm not a metalhead like this comedian actor
Oh
that no
well,
one's really heard of.
when I was a kid, ooh, $10 from Dan Mullen. Yes, happy Easter, Mariska
Yeah.
Hargitay to you and yours. We are
Hustle
truly blessed.
nasty,
Thank you.
everybody. Yeah.
No, well, when I was a kid, because especially in my formative years when I was like starting to watch funny things, there was a show on Adult Swim that didn't last very long that was very good called Mission Hill that he did one of the voices on,
Oh
and he had
yeah, I do remember he was
and he had
on
such a
that
distinct
before like
voice.
Sarah Silverman picked him up and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, he had such a distinct voice that when I'm trying to think, I think I saw him on a stand-up special that like one time, and I was like, "Oh, that's the voice from Mission Hill. He looks nothing like that cartoon character."
Yeah, so I saw him do stand up, and then I saw him on the Comedy Central Sarah Silverman show where he played a gay dude.
Yes, that was very funny.
He played like a Tim Dillon gay dude, which was like an untapped comedy.
It's still
like,
that is
place
still
at the time.
that the way they did that with him and it was him and Steve Agee, who is now like a comic book movie guy.
Yep.
He was in the Suicide Squad. Now he's in that Peacemaker show. So he won. He's more successful.
If the audience doesn't know who Brian Posehn is, he basically opens his. What is it? What is it? How is it? Posehn?
It's Posehn.
Oh, it is.
It's Brian Posehn.
Brian Posehn. Whatever his name is. I've only seen it on the bottom of the like VH1 or MTV or HBO. But he used to open his act. He's like a big, gawky, nerdy guy. He's been on like Big Bang Theory. It's probably the most recent thing I saw him on.
Yeah.
But his opener when he came out is like, all right, don't run and go get your torches and pitchforks right away, because he's just like a bit like a
he's a really alarming looking guy.
Yeah.
And in like one of his claims to fame is he's one of those guys who's like such a fan of something that it's made him successful. Like he's such a fan of metal that's like worked for him. It's like people know him by that. Because I remember like I would watch his stand up when I was a kid, because he was one of those alt guys that was big when that me and Robbie probably were watching a lot, where it was like him and Maria Bamford and Blaine Patton, Maria Bamford, like all Maria Bamford, all those guys.
It's like, I just was thinking, like, I'm a big comedy fan, so I know who he is, and you're in comedy, or we're in a comedy fan, and you knew who he was. But to bring him up as a reference and then make the reference, the metalhead, this guy,
I swear,
which is true. He is a big metalhead. Don't get me wrong, and he did talk about it on like I Love the '90s. All he talked about was metal, so that is a big part of his personality. It's just funny. I've had those moments too, where I brought somebody up on the show and said something and you laughed and you're like, it's funny that you relate that to that guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. That was always like something he was on. He talked about a lot. It was like kind of something I knew him by.
No,
It was
like
a reference for like a guy who enjoys metal.
He's got a huge career. That definitely is something that is correct. Like, in if you know the guy, and back then, like there was a lot of personality stuff that went on, and like we loved the '90s and stuff on VH1. But I remember from something even stranger than that, even though he's been on Big Bang Theory and stuff since, is him and his gay roommate on the Sarah Silverman show just staying in and playing Xbox or PlayStation, whatever it was at the time. And just being like, dude, I'm so gay for you. And he's like, I'm so gay for you. And they just knuckle each other and then go back to playing video games.
Yeah.
And it's just this hilarious, like, because before Tim Dillon, everybody pictured gay guys as like the Dharma or the Dharma and Greg gay guys, like the skinny, like flamboyant, or the really shape in skinny.
By the way, I think you're thinking of Will and Grace.
Oh, yeah, Will and Grace. Yeah.
There were.
Dharma and Greg, she was hot. That was this similar dude played her husband, I think. And she played like a hot hippie and he played like
it makes sense that you would get those confused because it was two shows that I didn't watch at that time that were just that was just a woman's name and a man's name that, as far as I'm concerned, are the same show.
Well, in my mind, the dude that played the straight-laced, non-flamboyant gay guy was the husband of the whatever. It's the same actor in my mind.
Yeah, it's I feel like gay guys. I feel like a gay guy.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the sentence.
Yeah. Oh, no, wrong. Hold on.
Why are you gay?
Oh, I feel like a gay guy.
You guys don't understand. It's tough being like, we had to log on every Saturday at 10 o'clock, be professional broadcasters. Dalton.
Oh, that's what I was. That's
like Howard Stern. I'm like Robin Quivers here. We have to turn it on.
That was the story I was trying to tell.
Yeah.
We gotta.
No, it's called pulling the thread, Dalton. In the business, we call it pulling the thread.
Yeah, Trump called it. I do the weave.
You do. Yeah, we do the weave, dude, for the fans. This is all scripted. We have to get. We have to practice this prior to coming on.
Song request, $10 from Robbie's third cousin. It was there that I saw you, and you went on us by the trail of dead. That might be more my lane than metal, because it's like I know that, like, looking at me, people might think, oh, you know, fat guy, smells bad.
Yeah,
he's like a metal guy, but. And I guess like middle school and high school, I think metal.
No one can smell you on YouTube, by the way, Dalton. So you can keep that to yourself.
I'm working on
it yourself, dude.
Dude, I'm trying to change.
Hey, Mando, if you can hear this, that would be our first sponsor, Mando, the all body deodorant.
Yeah, I'm trying to revolutionize podcasting and
smell-o-vision.
I'm trying to smell so bad that you can smell me through your RSS feed.
What if we get you an OnlyFans and you sell your socks and underwear to the fans so they can take a whiff of what this is? Oh, there's probably some gay creeps out there. We probably got a couple of gay creeps in the audience here.
Yo, if you're a gay creep, hit the super chat.
Dude, who got vaccinated, dude? It probably turned you gay, right? Who wants to buy some sniffy stuff from Dalton?
I don't know what it did. It just made my arm hurt for like a couple days, and then I got COVID anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know what it did.
Dude, I dodged that stuff. I matrixed up here to New Hampshire and dodged. I'm walking around.
Yeah, you know,
unvaxxed, dude. I'm basically RFK, dude.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about the pandemic. I mean, I was about to get into a whole thing, but I guess it's important. I think it's important that people reflect on it, remember that it happened, and we work through the collective trauma of the event. And I think that's why I think it's cool about the Ari Aster's new movie that's coming out, Eddington, that it takes place in the year 2020 during the pandemic.
Hell yeah.
And so it's like a pandemic. It's like a movie that is attempting to at least reckon with it, because I have not seen much of anything even make mention that the pandemic happened, at least in entertainment. The only thing I've seen was that movie Dumb Money takes place during the pandemic. So the GameStop short squeeze movie does take place during the pandemic because it's a movie about a thing that happened during that time. And then there's a hour-long medical procedural on ABC that no one is watching that I need everyone to watch so it gets renewed. That is another Ryan Murphy joint. Ryan Murphy's like the king of hour-long dramas.
Yeah.
It's called Dr. Odyssey, and it's a show about a doctor who got COVID so bad he nearly died. And then when he got a new lease on life from his near-death experience due to COVID, he decided that what he was going to do to change his life for the better as a doctor was become a doctor on a cruise ship.
Hell
And
yeah.
so he quits.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, he quits his job at the hospital and signs up to be a doctor on a cruise ship that is piloted by.
Is he a cool doctor? Oh, whoa! Did you see that?
I did see that.
I thought I fixed that, dude.
He is a cool doctor. He's really cool, and he's on a cruise ship piloted by Captain Don Johnson. You know Don Johnson from Miami Vice?
Yeah. So he's a cool doctor. I think you told me about this, and he's like, and he's wearing like Hawaiian shirts, dude, and carrying people.
Oh no, he's not playing guitar, but he is a cool doctor, and he wears Hawaiian shirts, and and he explains it to one of his nurses that she's like, "Why would you want to be a doctor on a cruise ship?" And he's like, "Well, I got COVID really bad, and after I almost died, I said, what do I do with my life with this new like revelation that I have, this new appreciation that I have for life? How do I live a life that's more important and purpose driven? I should be a doctor on an extravagant cruise ship." And so that's the show. But, it at least references, like it is integral to the plot of the show is COVID.
Yeah.
And there are some, in the episode I watched, there are flashback scenes to him being, quarantined in the hospital and all the doctors and nurses coming in and be like, "You can't fucking leave the room." And he's like, "But I need a CT scan." And they're like, "We can't get you downstairs. You have to stay here." And he's like, so there's that at least mentions the pandemic. And then now we have this Ari Aster's new movie coming out, Eddington, which I don't know what it is. Is it a comedy? Is it a drama? Is it a horror? You never know with that guy. But it looks pretty interesting. It looks good.
There was a couple of movies like right towards the end of the pandemic or right after the pandemic that were like sci-fi / like Black Mirror type shows where they had like zombie apocalypses and like diseases or whatever, but a sci-fi thing. And I was like, oh, I see what you're throwing down here. Because they were like playing with the COVID aspect of it. But I was like getting into like my libertarian conspiracy mode and be like, yeah, the government's not letting them make a true COVID movie, so I have to read it in and be schizo.
Yeah, that's what it's like. That's what I was doing. That got me put in the psych ward. I was doing that.
Dude, you were just waking up, dude. They try to put you back to sleep, dude. You were just waking up to see the truth,
I think they call that predictive.
You were breaking out of the matrix, dude. And
they call that predictive programming. Like when you start seeing like patterns in media, like if you're noticing shows and movies and shit that seem to be about a certain thing that kind of maybe reflects, I don't know what. Like I noticed it recently that there's like 3 different shows about the human race having to live underground.
Yeah.
There's Fallout.
They have the dome one. There's like 3 shows about a dome or like an imaginary wall that you can't break through.
The Simpsons movie, yeah.
Whoa, Ray Kump just got back to us.
He did?
On Twitter about, because we were joking around about him doing the live stream.
What, did he DM you?
Yeah, he just mentioned it in the thread that I put up because we were saying, Lily Abernathy said, "When's Kump coming on?" And I said, "He's too big for the live stream. We don't have enough bandwidth to get Ray Kump." And then he responded, "When is it?"
Oh, okay.
We could get the Kump, dude. Dude, you guys are on the white water of a huge live stream podcast, Saturday Night Extravaganza. We got some big guests coming up, some physical for some literal and some figuratively big guests coming up. He's come.
He is corn-fed.
Here, I'll send you the thing since you're the celebrity here.
I'm not a celebrity. We only got a couple super chats. Robbie's third cousin gifted 5 Cornfed On Pro memberships. Thank you. Keep the
sent
super
it to-
chat. You know what? We're gonna have to pack in the super chats. This one. This might be a short one.
Send it into your Twitter DMs because
And
So-
a little goblin fella, $5. Nick's shoulders rather low, and I'm just a regular creep. Oh, he's not a gay creep. He's just a regular creep. Thank you.
hey,
Then we got
super chats, you guys.
Token
Ruling.
Tony has almost been a premium member for a year. By the way, Tony, I did get your DM, and yeah, you're welcome to. I should be doing whether Sal gets back to me or not, I'll be doing Cornfed, the main Cornfed show, or the Cornfed flagship tomorrow. And your Token Tony, you're welcome to hang out in the studio. And if you super chat enough money tomorrow, Tony will do dabs because it's 420 and it's also Easter. And so he is he's gonna get risen. Jesus rose, and
So I can teach
Token
you guys a
Tony's
little
gonna
something here
rise.
for
He's
Easter.
gonna get high.
So
Wait a second. Well, hold on.
okay, sorry. Go
We're
ahead.
talking too many threads here. Eddington. And that
I'm
looks like a good
sorry, I got
movie.
super excited. Lots of super chats. We got Ray Comp
Well,
talking to
before
us on
this, we were talking
Twitter.
about microphones. And okay, so hold on. I remember what I was going to say. So
Heavy
the
metal.
night, so one night, Josh Adam Myers took me to go see Sepultura,
do about that. Hey, dog.
and
It's good to see you, man.
he and I had a conversation prior to that, where because I was like, had just gotten out of the hospital and I was just like fucked up, and I made some comment about podcasting where I said like, I said I have no idea how to do any of the actual producing of podcasting. I don't understand technology or how to like do the things that actually make a podcast exist, but I can do at least the part where you podcast. And then he said, "That's the hardest part, man."
Skibbity doo bop guy. The hardest part
And
is for you to do.
I've thought about that a lot.
Stuff. You got to get a Jew, and then they'll put you on skibbity doo bop bop.
Yeah, he was like, "That's the part that matters." And I've thought about that a lot since then. Where I'm like, "Is it?" I was like, "Is that the hardest part?" Because I feel like just chit
I
chatting
feel
into
like
him.
sometimes it's just being Jewish. Skibbity doo bop bop is the best part about being a podcaster.
He's a really great guy. By the way, I have nothing but nice things. I would never disparage that guy because he's very nice.
Yeah.
And he's a very sweetheart of a man. I just have thought about that a lot since then, where he's like, "That's the hardest part, man."
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know if I'm pretty sure the hardest part would be like the actual production of like trying to figure out how to make all of it actually exist.
It
And then-
depends like how you want to do a podcast because like we're just like flying by our seats, we're seeing what happens, zip
seat
zopping,
of our
zopping, coming
pants.
here, live streaming, whatever occurs. And other people like Sylvan Revelry that you were recently on with Drew, they like a structured old style talk show where they have segments and whatever, and there's producing and stuff. Or Shannon, like if you ever watched The Thing Is with Shannon, she also has a very structured, okay, these are the 3 questions. We go to the next part now. And if that's your mindset of what podcasting is, that you need a lot of structure, then I can see why that would be overwhelming. You know, not everybody can just come in here on the fly and be a professional broadcaster, dude.
I don't do segments. Oh fuck, dude. I'm way down I'm down like $20 on Tim Cheese.
Yeah,
But
so you made some money on Fitcoin, dude, which
I'm rebuilding my portfolio. Like ever since crypto crashed, I've just been like, underwater on crypto, trying to figure out how to fix this. And so I'm like slowly but surely repairing my portfolio. And so it's like and by the way, we'll get to the song requests here in a second, but let's go ahead and talk about crypto, everybody's favorite subject.
Yeah. Let's all the viewers can tune out and
go
watch Legion of Skanks and then come back after.
No, do not tune out. Don't listen to him. Don't tune out.
I know,
tune
sorry.
in, focus, lock in.
Wait, don't leave anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm about to also open a Dr. Pepper strawberry cream. So you're going to miss that if you leave now.
Yeah. Um, but the sibling revelry thing. It's on Rumble somewhere. It's on
Yeah.
free speech. It's on Peter Thiel's Rumble.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, it's on Rumble. It's Douglas and his brother. They do a fun show, and they have a lot of like Twitter people from like the Forest Mommy sphere of Twitter. If you ever get into that,
we're gonna. You know what? Now we're gonna only talk about crypto. Get ready for an all crypto spooktacular super show. So
that's
good. The thing I've noticed. So I do. Yeah, that's a good one. The strawberries and cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't drink like variants all the time. I find that the soda variants are good for a treat every now and then, but they're not good for everyday sodas. But the strawberries and cream is good, but I tend to, I stick with like regular flavors, or sometimes I'll do a cherry. Cherry.
I'm listening.
Like
I'm gonna do tech. It's bothering me, and it wouldn't be a show if I didn't do tech.
Oh yeah, your camera does. I don't. What is up with all y'all and y'all's cameras? Like, why does everybody have cameras that are connected to like a generator or something? My camera's like just built into the computer.
I did that on purpose. So don't worry. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, kind of. You're cutting in and out.
Oh yeah. I'm away from my.
You know what? Let's go ahead. You know what? While he works on that, we'll go ahead and do a little radio. This is the first request from Robbie's third cousin. He gave me $10 for this. The song is "It Was There That I Saw You," and you will know us by the trail of dead is it of dead of your dead? And you will know us by the trail of dead. I've listened to this album before, I think. Well, here we go, folks. This is wait a second. Oh, here we go. This is Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, the NIG.
Well, I got my camera in my hand right now, and I'm just going through some of the settings that I think I messed up.
Well, here we go. Here's the song that Robbie's third cousin requested. I guess the audio sucks.
It's not terrible. I can hear it over here through my headset here. Yeah, the audio is cutting out and on, but still.
It sounds like you say BK. Have it your way. That's good. That's a good song.
Yeah,
I guess
that's a
we
good
should
bit,
finish
too.
this song. There's resolution in music, and right now we just let the tension happen there in the coda of the song, but we didn't allow it to resolve. So I guess
maybe he ends up being straight at the end. He's trying to sound like he's trying to erase my brain at the end.
We don't have to listen to them. Yeah, I know that song was mostly also a wall of sound, but that's more my kind of wall of sound. I do enjoy that kind of music.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. We got another super chat. $10 from Ryan Santa Cruz. Sepultura. Orgasmatron. Jesus approves. Yes. We'll get to the requests as we go along.
Thanks for all the super chats. So since it's Easter, I wanted to teach you guys some stuff that you might have heard before. So with Greek Orthodoxy, when we greet each other, somebody will say to you, you probably heard this before. Maybe you do this in English as well, but I've never been to a full English mass, only Greek Orthodox. You say Christos Anesti, which is Christ has risen.
Ooh, he nasty.
Christos Anesti, and then you respond with Allistos Anesti, which is, so you're saying Christ is risen, and then Allistos Anesti is he is truly risen. Or you can respond with Christos Allistos Anesti, which is Christ, he is truly risen.
Oh,
so it's a big thing, and so we'll get these red eggs. We'll get these eggs, and they dye them red, and everybody gets one, and you walk up and you say Astos Anesti. Christos Anesti, Allistos Anesti, and you hit the eggs together, and one shell will break and the other will stay clean.
Mm-hmm.
And then if yours breaks, you just eat your egg, walk away. The last person standing with an egg that's not broken is supposed to have like some good luck within the day and says a prayer for baby Jesus.
Mm.
Yeah, so we didn't have colored eggs that we hid. We had these red eggs that we gave out for Orthodox Easter. It just so happens that they both fall on the same day because we go on the old calendar based on the moons. So tonight when it strikes midnight and Easter hits. Actually, what time is it in Bethlehem right now?
I don't know,
do we have Doppler radar on
Santa Claus? Do we have Doppler Gaydar?
Gaydar and the wise men going into Bethlehem tonight for Easter.
Does Bethlehem still exist?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, yeah.
That's why the Christians think that Israel is our greatest ally.
It's already tomorrow in Bethlehem. It's already 5:30
Christos and Esti to all the Bethlehemians that are listening. We probably have some listeners right now from Bethlehem in the audience.
Yeah, keep it nasty, everybody. What was I? Dude, I like the way Chinese people do things, where like every one of their traditions and rituals and like anything that they do is like whether it's like a holiday celebration or religious, it is all just like has
20 guys in a dragon costume.
Yeah, but it all comes back to money. So like every single like Chinese thing is just like, oh, did you get the like I don't know, did you like the most fireworks? You're gonna have a lot of money. You're gonna make a lot of money this year.
So we had something similar. So there would be they would do it for New Year's Eve and they would do it for Easter, but they would do in Greek, men have a name day and a birthday. So my name day was New Year's for Vasilius, Saint Vasilius, and then I had my birthday. And sometimes they do it on Easter too. They take spanakopita, which is I'm sure you had it. It's a spinach pie, but they make a full pie that's like woven together in the field though. And they would take aluminum foil and wrap a silver dollar, and they would hide it in there somewhere. And they would cut it up, and whoever got the coin would have good luck for the year.
Chipped tooth.
And so, like,
take that silver dollar and go to the dentist.
Yeah. Well, that was Stavros and his brothers were making that joke one day. What's hilarious about it is, like, as much as I'm like making fun of the Jewish people online or whatever, and then I explain to people the Greek traditions. They're like, so you had a coin that you held in your...
you had a coin pie that you would eat. Which does sound like how you would make fun of Jewish people.
Well, we're doing all the same things. Especially, I'm doing DeFi and like collecting fees from everybody, and I'm a banker. And people are like, you're getting kind of close, dude. It's like Shane giving Joe Rogan the gay talk.
Oh, wait. Yeah, Chinese are cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, now because somebody, rebuked it, criticized, and begged not to, we're gonna do all crypto now. So,
oh yeah, crypto's booming, dude. I'm
you
making a killing.
You attack me for talking about crypto. Guess what? I am very stubborn and antagonistic. I'll only talk about crypto. So, I've been trying to like, I guess, like, try to wrap my head around just like finance. Like, what is finance? Like, what is any of this? Because it's, you think about somebody like Warren Buffett, and he's a guy who just buys and sells things that don't exist that he never actually owns.
Yeah.
And he's like, and everybody respects him for it.
And then he gets caught on camera every day drinking a Coca-Cola and eating McDonald's because he owns all this stock.
Right. Yeah. He owns all this stock, and he just like, I don't know what he just like presses a button or tells somebody to make a trade, and he like just buys and sells things that don't exist.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Speculative.
It's like boomers that bought houses and they think they're investors. It's like when he was buying all that stuff, it cost a handful of raspberries. And so now we're supposed to believe that he's some amazing trader.
Yeah, he got in early.
Yeah, they created the stock market and everything was $1. And he's like, oh, I'll buy a bunch of that stuff.
Yeah.
And then they stole money from us and they pumped it all up, and they were like, oh, let's make him the wise man in Ohio, dude.
But fundamentally, I guess, like, as it exists now, and from what I've gleaned watching clips of billions on TikTok,
that's where I get most of my financial advice.
Yeah, it's not real. None of the financial sector is like anything real.
No,
which is where it gets like really head hurty. Like, it starts to like hurt your brain to try and think. Like, dude, I watched The Big Short and Margin Call like multiple. I really enjoy those movies.
And every time you say The Big Short, I think Big Shorty.
You think of my penis?
I think of John Travolta and Get Shorty.
No, it's not Get Shorty.
I know it's not, but every time you do that, that's all I can think of.
Dude, I know this guy gets like clowned on now for being like the most libtarded guy in entertainment. Adam McKay.
Who, Devin Costa from Lemon Party?
Not Devin Costa, no. Adam McKay, the director, was hitting some fucking dingers there for a while. Like,
I don't know who that is.
He was for a while there.
Adam is gay.
Adam is gay. Yeah, for a while there, he was like Will Ferrell's partner.
Adam McKay.
Yeah, he and Will Ferrell worked together, and he worked.
I see him here. Yeah.
Yeah,
he looks like a South Park character.
Step Brothers. And then, like, eventually, after a while, he started to kind of break away from just straight up comedies, like with Will Ferrell. And when he started making movies on his own, he started doing these, like, And then, they're movies that still have a sense of humor.
Oh, he made a movie in 2024 called Money Electric: The Bitcoin Mystery.
Ooh. But yeah, he started doing these movies that were like kind of almost like expose type movies, like where they were movies that were intended to sort of present to the layman something that happened in real life, and is through the medium of film, try and like regale you with like a fun movie, but also like kind of help people. I don't know. It's like informative movies that are about really bad things that happen that are also fun movies that also make the people that are supposed to be the villains look awesome.
So you're talking about post Succession?
No, this is before Succession.
Okay.
He was he put out some movies I think are really good, and The Big Short is one of them.
In 2020, he made a movie, Robbie. I assume that's the Robbie Goodwin story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it called?
It's called Robbie.
It's called Robbie. Okay.
I only know
me
two
and Robbie
Robbies,
actually
Robbie Williams and then Robbie Goodwin. So I must.
Me and Robbie were talking about how he did a movie called Vice. That is it's Christian Bale as Dick Cheney, and
I remember that. I remember the promos for that.
The movie kind of is centered on like the two main like characters who are presented in the movie as like buddies. It's almost like a buddy film. Or Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. And Donald Rumsfeld is played by Steve Carell. And me and Robbie were laughing about how like the movie is supposed to.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So he's trying to teach modern politics to people.
Kind of. I mean, ultimately it's entertainment. So like whatever you get out of it, you get out of it.
Yeah.
But they are like, I guess, supposed to be kind of informative movies also. But we were laughing about how like the movie is.
A lot of people think Dick Cheney's like a really bad guy, but if you watch him in this, you see that he's just.
I think the movie.
He's clumsy.
The movie does like try to show you like how sort of conniving and manipulative and villainous he is, but the way it portrays the relationship between him and Donald Rumsfeld, I was watching like, yo, these are two of the coolest guys who've ever lived. These guys are awesome.
It's basically Pineapple Express, dude, but with more
money. Honestly, yes. It's like Pineapple Express, except the stakes are like 9/11.
Yeah.
So it's like 9/11 happens.
They're doing cocaine. They accidentally shoot somebody in the face.
Dude, no joke. 9/11 happens, and it is kind of like played for laughs, where it's like Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld are just like, "What the fuck are we going to do? What do we do?"
Dude, I'm so disappointed. I had my computer fixed for so long, and now I got that camera shake again.
Yeah, but there's a he did a movie before that called. There's two movies that came out that are about the 2008 housing crisis, like when the economy collapsed and everybody lost their jobs, and from which we've actually never recovered. There's The Big Short, the Adam McKay movie, and Margin Call. And The Big Short is like, kind of a drama, but kind of a comedy. It's like a very light fare kind of movie that also deals with like the gravity of the situation, but it's also funny. And the movie makes some attempt to explain what happened, but it's almost like the running joke of the movie is
I have seen clips.
Dude, it's like
it's got Ryan. I forget the guy's name. Ryan Gosling and Steve, and they got the Asian guy, and he's like, "This is my quant."
Yeah,
and then it cuts, and he does like an office style look at the camera, and he's like, "I can speak perfect English." He just likes to tell people that I'm.
So the movie does that. Better. The movie that's like an Adam McKay kind of thing, I guess, like breaking the fourth wall. But the joke of the movie is like it's doing that, like those fourth wall breaks where like sometimes it'll just abruptly cut to a celebrity being like, "Hi, I'm Margot Robbie, and I'm going to like explain exactly what is happening, like in the simplest terms I can." And the joke throughout the movie is like, it seemed to me like even when they tried to do that, Like when they would cut to somebody who would be like, all right, you, the audience, I'm going to explain this to you in the simplest of terms. You still are watching it going, I still don't think I understand what happened, like what they just said.
Yeah.
And so you get the sense watching it that it's like the whole financial sector is just a bunch of like made up words, and like it's like a convoluted maze that they create. It's like they created a board game that only they know the rules to.
Yeah.
And then like when we hear about what happened, we're just like, wait, what? I don't know, like what happened?
It is that a lot. And I was playing poker yesterday, and I was talking to a finance guy at the table that does traditional finance, and DeFi came up, and he was like, "Oh, I'm really interested in that. Can you tell me a little bit about it?" And I was explaining it to him, and he had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And so then he kept bringing up words that I was like, I don't even know if that's a word. Like you're just saying letters together.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of that in that movie. And then Margin Call is played as more of a thriller where they don't even try to explain it really. They just keep saying like, we're over leveraged.
Yeah.
And they speak about it in these like tones of like, you get the idea something's bad happening, but they don't really try to like go into too much detail because it's going to like bog down the movie.
Considering
so really,
the average viewer of that has no interest in finance. They just want to throw their money in a 401k or at best a 401k, maybe a little bit better than that, a Roth IRA where some guy puts that money into something else.
Tim Roth.
Yeah, but
Crazy
they don't want to
that they
learn
let
about
just
finance.
this one character actor manage everybody's retirements.
Hey,
Tim Roth.
DeFi has been doing really good lately because it kind of hit the bottom. So in DeFi, you're able to have like you can either do a full range where no matter where the price goes, you get paid, but you usually don't get paid much. It's maybe like 6 to 10% for the whole year APY.
Oh, we got $10 from Drew Huntley. $9.99. 1 week. It won't even say the name of the band in the chat, but shout out BNL. BNL. Oh, Bare Naked Ladies. Oh, okay. God.
Oh, because you can't say naked. I saw this great little Reddit thing today where the guy was like, his name was Nasser, Nasser.
Yeah.
And he was writing to the devs basically saying, hey, it's censoring ass, but it's making it worse. So it just said like, so his name in the game was N quote Gia, like ER.
Yeah. Dude, I get things that happen like that with me at my job because like all the software we have where I work has a profanity filter.
Yeah.
And so there's I think it's like a common name in the South is the name Cox, COX.
Yeah.
Because my grandmother's maiden name was Coxwell.
Hey, that one writes itself.
Yeah,
that's why your grandfather married her.
But there's a lot of people with the last name Cox. Dr. Cox.
Yeah, I was a carpenter, so my last name was right. Dalton's grandmother's name was Coxwell. She was obviously, yeah.
But whenever I go to put in an order and I type in their name Cox, it like the profanity filter pops up, and it's like, "Are you sure this is there? Do you want to continue?"
When I was like 19, 20, I was like super straight laced, and I had my first office job after working at the pizza restaurant my whole life. So I was like 20, and I just always business, go to work, business. And I was hanging out with some friends on the weekend, and these women are like, you don't email us ever from work. And it's like, all we do to keep each other busy is email all day. And they're like, what do you do at work? I was like, I work. And they're like, no. Email us at work. We'll put you on the thread. So I'm in the thread and I'm barely answering it. And then I got in a fight with this chick that I was dating that was in the thread. And so now like I'm fighting with her on work email through the stuff. And then it gets hung up in the servers at work. And I have to go to the guy that runs them at this small company and be like, hey, Joe, I'm not getting emails for some reason. I don't know if you could maybe unblock those. I don't know if something got caught in the filter or whatever. And then this guy just had to watch like me having a meltdown, fighting with my girlfriend in emails, and just like release them. And I did the walk of shame. And it took me like 2 years to even register that should have been like super embarrassing, because I was so like delusional in the moment. Yeah. Anyways, there's my little office story, everybody. I'm sure you can relate. Is your your young box with the receipts. That's the equivalent of the modern day receipts.
Yeah. That's why I just don't talk to anybody, dude. I'm isolated. But oh yeah, so it's like I was thinking about this today, that the stock market is not real, and like trading stocks is just buying and selling things that don't exist, that you never actually can possess or hold or look at. They don't.
I'll agree with that.
Not real, but it's still just TradFi, traditional finance. So it's like
learning the lingo. I like to hear it.
It's the financial sector, right? So really, the stock market exists for
I like
people.
The sector.
It exists for either people who work in finance who should be, doing the stock market, like Wall Street guys, where they actually work for a financial firm, or it exists for just, I guess, like people who have enough money to throw around. But it is like prohibitive. There's a high barrier of entry, because like I'm sure you have heard this term, and everybody in the chat, everybody listening has heard the term day trader. You've heard of a day trader, right?
Yeah.
So to day trade, to buy and sell a stock in the same day, and do that multiple times a day, the FINRA regulations around that are that whatever brokerage you're using, whether it's Robinhood or E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, or whatever, wherever you go to do this, the FINRA regulation is that you have to have minimum $25,000 in your brokerage account to trade like that, to do a day trade, to buy and sell stocks on the same day. Otherwise, anything you buy, you got to wait a day to sell it, which means that just for like a regular guy, like if you're like, oh, I'm going to download this app and try this.
Yeah.
You're going to get hosed more often than not, because you're going to buy something and now you got to wait a day. You're going to watch that stock go up and up and up. And
it's worse than that, Dalton. They have all that data of who's locked in and what the price is at.
Yeah.
And they can manipulate the price to go down when they need to go down, and up when they need to go down, up, by being able to control that they can sell and you can't.
Right. So it's like, it's very much rigged against you.
Yeah.
And so, and I guess
I'm like
DeFi,
where I could take all my money out right now, this second, no barrier to entry, no barrier to exit.
Right.
24/7, 365, no gatekeepers, DeFi. I tell you where to look it up, but it's decentralized, so you got to figure that out on your own.
You got to figure it. I had to figure out all the crypto stuff I do on my own. None of the websites for any of these meme coins will tell you how to buy them. You got to figure that out.
Yeah.
But
if you want Fartcoin, dude, if you want to get on the shit decks, the shit NASDAQ, you gotta go get in the trenches, dude, and dig that information out.
You gotta download Phantom Wallet and then figure it out from there.
You gotta get on Telegram, dude, and have a seizure, wake up on the floor.
Dude, I think a lot of them are moving away from Telegram, because a lot of the ones I've seen recently just have a Twitter community group that they started.
Yeah, Twitter and Discord is much better than Telegram, dude.
Telegram is schizophrenic. It is like, dude, I would get on Telegram. I didn't even know how to manage it. So I was like signing up for all these Telegrams. And then like when I would open the app, they all just updating all at once. I'm like, I don't even know like what I'm looking. I can't even click on the one I want to go to.
But at the time when you add these channels, you're like, yeah, I'm going to get some alpha from that, dude. I'm going to add that one right there. I'm going to add that. Discord's kind of bad too when all the GIFs and all the spam starts happening. But Telegram is much worse. It's I like the decentralized. I mean, Twitter's pretty wild. Like if you try to show somebody Twitter that doesn't use Twitter,
oh yeah,
their mind is blown.
That's what blew me away when I saw that thing where they were talking about like gutting the Social Security website and just like telling people like, yeah, we'll just like do all the communication through Twitter. I'm like, yeah, you're just gonna kill everyone over the age of 60. Like your goal is just for like everyone over 60 to die then.
Oh, well.
Because like these people don't even have fucking email addresses, let alone have ever looked at Twitter. They're gonna open this up and it's gonna be like,
you want your insulin, dude? You gotta go like Twitter to get it.
Yeah, it's gonna be like if you gave a Victorian child a can of Mountain Dew. They're gonna look at it and their heart's gonna stop. They're gonna be like, oh, this is too much.
Yeah.
So, but you know that Elon wants to kill your grandmother. They said that about Obama for years. Was that they were the death panels where it's like Obama wants to kill grandma. Elon genuinely wants to kill your grandparents. He actually would like to be rid of them.
Well, my grandparents are dead, so.
My grandmother on my mom's side is still alive, but all the other ones are dead. But that's due to tragedy, not because they were old. It was just they died early.
I had the only person in my family that died early was my dad's father. Got hit by a train and died.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. My grandmother was.
That's
90.
the story we were told. Maybe he ran away to the circus.
My grandma was 90 when she died, and then my grandfather on my dad's side died before I was born from colon cancer, and then my grandfather on my mom's side, biological grandfather.
Dude, colon cancer is a real pain in the ass.
My white Latino granddad, he died when he was in his 60s, and I think he like smoked too much crack or something. Which you can't. I don't think you can like overdose from crack, but he was like old and he smoked a bunch of crack and like I think it made him cough really hard, and because he was so old, he like had a coughing fit, and then that caused him to like
he had a stroke. He had a hemorrhage in his brain. Yeah.
He hemorrhaged from smoking crack. And then but then like the guy who was
I saw that in a Gore movie. So I understand crack from that movie.
But then the guy who was my for all intensive purposes, my granddad, which was my grandmother's third husband, but all growing up, he was like the guy that I would think of as like my actual, who I had an actual some kind of relationship with. He had a lot of health problems anyway, but then like one day somehow he woke up, and when he stood up off the bed, his like ankle snapped or something, and then he fell down and bonked his head, and that killed him. So
I'm sorry to laugh, but like when I was a kid, when we were all kids, and you hear like these fairy tales and their songs or whatever, that's literally a nursery rhyme.
Yeah.
Where the old man fell down, bumped his head, and he didn't get up in the morning around the road or whatever it was. The little old man fell down, bumped his head, and he didn't get up in the morning. We were all like singing these like really horrific German nursery rhymes.
Yeah.
As a kid.
His wife, my grandmother on my mom's side.
On the Coxall side?
No.
The Coxwell?
No.
Oh.
The other side. The
parts unknown, but we're going through your whole family lineage, like maiden names, middle initials, social.
Yeah, I guess I guess you could just steal my identity at this point.
You'd probably do Dalton a favor, steal his identity, pay a couple of biz bills for him.
Yeah, fix my credit score.
If you can actually figure out how to take a credit card out on Dalton's name, he'd really appreciate that.
Take it a line of credit, pay it off on time, get me back up to over 700.
Yeah,
but that grandma, she's like 76, 77. She's still alive.
Yeah,
and she's single. Everybody. Man, your camera broke. You're back.
I know what's going on now. I just have to fix it tomorrow. Yeah. I have this charger that goes in the side of it so that it regulates the heat. And I don't know if it's that or the fact that it is 78 degrees in my office right now. It went up to like 70 today. I had all the windows and everything open, but it gets hot up here. I'm on the top floor and I have women that live underneath me that pump the heat.
So, I would love to pump some heat into a woman.
Oh man! Speaking of that, guys,
We got to get to.
We're gonna have a young lady by the name of Josie.
Oh
some
yeah,
Italian
Josie's coming on
lady
next Saturday.
Very
she said
fun.
She would.
I put a tweet out there saying that she was a sweet Christian girl, to be nice, don't be horny to her. And she retweeted and said she ate pussy in a bathroom once. So
nice.
She's not that sweet. So we'll have some fun stories with her. She's from Philly, so a
when
lot
it's
of red
soaked
flags.
in fresh piss.
Yeah.
Bathroom pussy.
Yeah, she's just like the Digital Underground song.
We got to get let's get to the next request real quick, and then we'll continue talking about crypto.
I had a good song, by the way.
Nick Shoulders, Rather Low. This is Cornfed Radio 148.8 KNIGG, The Chirp.
Soundboard's back, baby. Yeah, I went through my most played songs.
Property.
Do what?
I went through my most played songs after I had played that Interruptus song a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, oh, this isn't even like in my top 100 of songs that I listen to the most. So I put one in the private chat that I listen to a lot, and I thought of some other ones. But anyways.
Well, we gotta folks keep
Western
the super chats. Keep the super chats coming. Keep giving me money. I like presents.
Yeah. In the Ozarks to have room to learn how to yodel and do bird call whistles, and kind of had my grandpa's gospel and country to work off of, and then just learn to yell real loud. And that's really all a yodel is just a controlled yell, as it turns out.
Whoa.
Is this that kid from the supermarket all grown up? From the TikTok?
What's up?
I was wondering if this is that kid from the TikTok in the supermarket all grown up, the yodeling kid.
I don't think so.
Rusty sheets are off, cold and dusty road over folks. I must have been another night on the bend. Kick rocks, left and songs, fool on levee walk, scout shoot the kingdom in nice weather, bugs in my head. Six sad sentient to pennies, aimed to pennies, meant to sleep at the wheel. Should beats being awake in my bed. Last call to feel small, I dread the sight of alcohol. I don't know where this train stops, but I want off. Been rather low out here together. I reckon that we'll keep trying if rock bottom it never shows. You're not alone if there's a storm to weather. I ain't welcome at home, I don't know about you. Hold, double takes and double stops. I double dare you, call the cops. I'll die where I stand if I hear wagon wheel again. 40 days of foggy nights withered by the city lights. I don't remember existential crisis being part of the day, yo. I told you once, I told you twice. I'm steeped in verse, cursed in vice. Traded my 40 acres for a mountain of pain. Hot damn hams can blind it in the promised land. Don't mind if I do declare we're as good as dead. Been rather low out here together. Oh, I reckon that we'll keep trying if rock bottom it never shows. You're not alone if there's a storm to weather. I ain't welcome at home, I don't know about you. You're not alone if there's a storm to weather. I ain't welcome at home, I don't know about you. I ain't welcome at home, I don't know about you.
So that's really awesome.
A holler's got just enough space.
That's nice.
Can you play the beginning again where he explains how to yodel? Let's see if we can figure out how to yodel, Dalton. Let's listen to his explanation in the beginning,
I don't want to try
and then
yodeling.
we can both try to yodel. Here, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try.
I
was gonna.
It's hard, dude.
It's hard. It does seem like it's hard. It's also like not necessarily something I've
That's
ever.
honestly not a bit. That's me really trying to yodel it, dude. It's tough.
I mean,
Try
we didn't. Hold on one second.
Give it your all, dude.
Yodeling.
Commit to the bit like you're Steve Carell, dude.
Yodeling. You got to stay in your range.
Okay.
So I would just go yodeling, 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 he who, yodeling, yodeling. I would be like a baritone yodeler or a tenor. Ricola.
I don't know, because he rolls the like. What did he say in the beginning? You have to roll the yell. How do
I zoom in on a thing?
You pinch the screen and go like this.
No, it's not a touch screen.
Oh, your roller wheel on your mouse.
How to zoom on
roll your mouse, the roller wheel on your mouse.
Hold on. Option command.
You trying to look at a picture of your penis?
Yeah.
You sent yourself a dick pic, dude, so you can take a look at your penis because you haven't seen it in 2 years.
Option command equal sign to zoom in. Which
dude,
one
you're doing commands over there?
Which one is option? Option.
I love how I'm like in Fight Club, dude, and every now and again my computer's giving you like one screen of like El Dago and then
how do I zoom? How do I? It says option command equal sign.
You don't have a roller wheel on your mouse, dude?
I do, but I'm trying to zoom in on something. Hold on. Option command. Oh fuck. Am I still here?
Yeah.
How do I zoom in on something?
What are you trying to zoom in on? You on your screen?
Control plus sign. Oh. Someone said control plus. Is it?
Are you trying to scroll in on your
control plus? Control plus. Maybe it's command plus. Oh, there we go. It's command plus. Okay, there we go. I was trying to zoom in on.
Did you find a pic that? Are you looking at that picture of Sydney Sweeney that she put on X today?
No, I was Come on, man. No, hold on.
Man, god dang, high tower, man.
Okay, there we go.
Riveting. This is riveting.
I'm trying to get dude the fucking goddamn dude. I went to the website for the thing I was trying to find, and
we need a producer, dude. Anybody here, a producer?
Hold on.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do an intern Olympics, dude, for a producer.
No, I was just trying. I was trying to. No, come on. It's just not. I'm trying to close out this fucking tab and just pull up the picture of the thing I want.
This is basically Dalton at work all day, but he's the guy that's calling in. And he's like, "Yes, sir. I need you to log into your email to pay your bill."
Man, I wanted to. All right, I think I got it figured out. It's good enough. Collapse that. Oh, there we go. Okay, I figured it out. Anyway, so I wanted to because I got to make a pilgrimage soon to Jelly Roll's Goodnight Nashville in Nashville. Okay. And I just want to. I was looking at the menu earlier, and it looks spectacular.
You were zooming into a menu, dude.
Dude, I was trying to figure out how to pull it because the one on the website didn't have the prices, and so I had to find like a thing on Google that was a picture of the actual menu. I couldn't figure out how to like pull up the actual fucking picture, but I got it pulled up now. So I just wanted to go over the menu because this looks pretty incredible, and the prices are very reasonable. So let's go over this. So this is the menu. This is an old Jelly Rolls.
Dude. I remember this from last year. You and Sal would just read menus, dude. That was
we went over like the full menu for Razzoos.
Yeah.
This is but I wanted to go. I just was like, astounded that the pricing is pretty reasonable for downtown Nashville.
I got to make this full screen. I got to zoom out, enhance.
Yeah,
I
so
see here.
yeah, so we can go over this. So this is Jelly Roll's Goodnight Nashville, just a little right and wrong, you know.
And for the audio listeners, it's a menu. The top end corner says Jelly Roll, Goodnight in a circle there. And then in the middle, there's a skull.
There's
with
a skull,
a crown, but the crown is kind of like city
the
buildings.
crown is the Nashville skyline, I presume.
Around this, yeah. And the skeleton, although it does not have any skin, has like face tattoos, and it looks like an eye drop tattoo on the skull, like Jelly Roll's teardrop.
And it says inside. So in the circle where it says "Goodnight Nashville," and then around the skull and moon, it says just a little right and wrong.
Yeah.
And so we start the menu to share, which I would imagine is appetizers, or what you would call an appetizer at other places.
Yeah, and let's be
Look
real.
at this.
If you're eating at this place, you are not sharing anything.
I'm not
with
sharing.
anybody.
Dude, order your own, dude. This is my appetizer.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this.
There's no sharing going on. If you're at Jelly Roll's restaurant.
Family recipe meatballs, beef and pork meatballs, marinara, basil ricotta, arugula, lemon. Oh, extra virgin olive oil.
Evo.
Yeah. Garlic bread. I was wondering. I was like, "What is Evu? Is this something?"
It's healthy. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never heard of Evu. That must be like a new culinary innovation.
Yeah.
Look at this. $15 for the meatballs, and then we have the hometown pretzel board, a buttered soft pretzel, melted Wisconsin cheese curds, beer, cheese sauce, and mustard. $13.
I tell you,
now,
I went to
now that might sound like a lot for for one pretzel, but if it's like the pretzel boards I've had at like German restaurants, it's a pretty big pretzel.
I was just gonna say there's a brew house outside Boston. I forget the name of it, but if I told you, you know. Oh, it's Harpoon, and it's you're in the brewery, and then there's a restaurant, and you can get beer boiled pretzels or whatever, where they use beer or whatever. And they're pretty expensive, but they're really good. It bloats them up a lot better than water or whatever with the yeast and everything. So it is worth the price. Those were $12 10 years ago. So $13 with inflation. You guys are getting a deal here. Plus the dipping sauces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a couple of other super chats as well.
Fan of the show, Jelly Roll. We can't get him on, but I will say second runner-up, Ray Kump did get back to us on Twitter, which is kind of like comedy Jelly Roll.
Yeah. He's like yeast roll. $5 from Little Goblin Fella. Rags, once more yodeling. Nick Shoulders, Snakes and Waterfalls. Oh, another song request. We'll get to that.
Thanks for the super chats, everybody.
$9.99 from Drew Huntley. Last song requested was for Big J's big brother, Rip Guy Frere. Play Blow the Whistle by Too Short. Shout out Bruce.
He's saying Guy Fieri, I think.
Oh, and then $5 from Nibs. Down for the fifth time, Flamingosas. So thank you for that. Yeah, we'll get to those. Thank you for the money.
We'll
Please
get
keep
to
the
that,
super
but
chats
we're in
coming.
the middle of something really important here.
I did want to acknowledge them. You know, I got everything is on record in my mind. We will get. We're gonna get through everything.
We're on item 2 of this menu, guys.
So then we have something.
Hold tight here.
We have an appetizer with a pretty unappetizing name. But I don't really understand why it's called this. The pork and tobacco stack. Now, that does not sound delicious or tasty. It actually sounds like it'd be gross. Pork and tobacco was $12, and what it actually is does sound kind of nice. Crispy fried onions, smoked pork, horseradish crema, and scallion.
I wonder if the pork is smoked with tobacco leaf wraps or something.
None of that. That doesn't sound good. I hope it's just like a theme, like a metaphor or something. Like something resembles tobacco, and that's why it's called that. Like the fried onions resemble like shredded tobacco. I don't know. I would hope that there's no tobacco used in the preparation.
Maybe when
of
it's
this
smoked,
dish.
you use tobacco to smoke it.
That does not sound like that'd be good at all. It doesn't
don't
sound
know.
like that would make for a good smoking. It's not a good smoking.
Well, you got to remember, it's just a little right and a little wrong. Maybe that's the wrong part of this.
You know what? That's a good point. Yeah,
pork is correct, but tobacco
is naughty.
Gross.
Yeah,
That's wrong, dude.
It's only $12. And then we have sweet potato poutine. You know, you want to stay healthy, you get the sweet potato. It's $15. You know, not bad for a big old poutine, I imagine. Sweet potato fries, Wisconsin cheese curds, whiskey demi-glaze. And that's Demi Moore's pussy yeast that they use to distill a whiskey
better not
and make a glaze.
any of that in my potatoes. Yeah.
You know, you can do that. You could extract a woman's yeast from her vagina.
I was thinking demi-lavar.
Use that to ferment alcohol, and so that's what they did. Is they scooped out Demi Moore's box yeast.
Yeah. Again, this is right and wrong. So this is the wrong part.
The wrong part of that one is Demi Moore's yeast from her vagina that they use to make a glaze for the poutine, and I'm sure it's good. And then we have the Peppy roll, do barrel roll. Star Fox, look out. Family Peppy was not. No, that's
family recipe marinara. It's like, so this is a long line of jelly roll family have handed this down to him
family
strictly
recipe
for this
marinara,
restaurant. Yeah,
mozzarella, pepperoni. So it's like a pizza roll. It's a pepperoni roll. $15. Wild One wings, $16 and gluten free. I assume that's what the G means. What does the legend down here say?
It says Google. I see V for vegetarian at the bottom. I see N
gluten friendly. What does that mean? It's a friend to gluten?
I see the N. What's the N for at the bottom there? The wings should have an N next to them and not a G. I would assume chicken wings would have an N and not the G.
The N contains tree nuts, is what that means.
All right, so I was thinking a little something different.
Yeah, that's when
the wings are really good for ends. And what else do ends like?
Well, the tree nuts. What that refers to is when they would lynch a black man and his testicles would sway in the breeze.
Guys, they're gonna take us off the air if we keep this up. We're being wacky. The advertisers are not gonna like this episode, guys.
Boy testicles swaying in the breeze as he hangs from the branch of a tree. And that's what you get when you get the Wild One wings.
Yeah, it comes with the autographed picture of Anthony Cumia, dude.
Yeah, it comes with the Anthony Cumia scaffolding picture. And that's what you get at Jelly Rolls.
And that is 16 American dollars. $16 million. Yeah, it's item number 6 too.
Choice of Nashville, Memphis barbecue, Buffalo caramel, Alabama white barbecue, Broadway dust rub.
Alabama white barbecue. What's that?
Which one?
Alabama white barbecue. I've never heard of that.
I don't know what that is.
Sounds good though. Sounds pure.
I want whatever.
Sounds like right. That sounds. I'm guessing that it's because everything's right and wrong. I'm guessing that the Alabama white barbecue is the right part. And then,
I guess.
And then the barbecue Memphis is the wrong.
I would go with whichever one is the closest to Frank's Red Hot.
If I'm going to be on one part of town, dude, I don't think I want to be on the barbecue Memphis side of town. That's
but you know what? Saying. Not bad for a big plate of wings, $16. And then we have crab hush puppies. They call them crab hush pups, $15.
Hush puppies are good. Growing up in New England, had a lot of hush puppies.
Yeah, lump crab, sweet corn, scallion, Togarashi remoulade. That's the exam that from Star Trek, the unwinnable
I thought that
test.
Was the guy, that made Signs with Mel Gibson.
That's the unwinnable test they make you take at the Starfleet Academy. The Togarashi remoulade.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would believe
country fried chicken strips, $14. Sawmill gravy and fries. That's a whole ass meal, dude.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
These are to be shared.
Is to be shared,
the table, yeah.
And then we have twisted truffle. Oh, these are messed up, dude. These are too not for they can't. We live in a society. Fries, twisted truffle fries, duck fat. Well, that's very much in the in the now. Everybody's talking about cooking with fat again.
Oh, how to do
Beef
it?
talent, duck fat.
Voice.
Yeah, these are the
I wish I could do RFK and
yeah,
shake my voice.
these are the Robert Fries Kennedy with the duck fat and the white truffle, Parmesan, herbs, and aioli. And so that's all.
What's that?
Aioli.
An Italian nipple? What's an aioli?
So that's all. That's to share.
What is he? What is a jelly roll? Is he Irish? Is he Italian?
Jelly
it says
roll,
the marinara sauce is family.
He's Appalachian, so who knows, dude.
It comes from a long line of Appalachian Mariana.
From the Appalachiano Mountains in Sicily, and then we have. I guess we're going left to right. The next one would be to feast.
Yeah. So these must be the entrees.
These are. I don't know if these are necessarily the entrees or one category of entree that they have, but these are to feast.
To feast seems like it's the entrees, and to eat your greens seems like the salads.
That would be the salad, and then pizza. Pizza. Oh, they stole from Pizza. So they took the Little Caesars slogan for their own menus. Jelly roll is.
Oh wait, is this a 2-pager?
I don't know. It's just a 1-page.
That area,
all the hip, all the highfalutin
at the bottom.
Yeah, all the highfalutin joints, all the kind of nicer eateries you go to. Just a 1-page menu. It's not, it's no Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah. If you're like Theo Vaughn, I bet you could go get order off the menu if you came in here with Kid Rock.
Yeah, but to feast, and even these are pretty reasonable in price if the portions are, as they were described, feastable portions. Seared salmon.
Oh, so I guess Ernest is saying that the last name Roll is French.
Oh, roll.
Yeah. Roll. A buttered roll.
So we have seared salmon. That's $24. Seasonal corn succotash, bacon braised kale, charred lemon, and Broadway dust. What the fuck?
Yeah, Broadway dust, dude. Sounds gay, dude.
Was it with the dandruff of a gay man?
Broadway dust.
The dandruff
honestly,
of a theater.
Let's think about this. So
musical theater.
Is Broadway dust maybe?
It's Harvey Firestein's fucking pube dandruff.
Maybe it's a type. All right, I'm gonna guess from content. It's either maybe a type of spice and seasoning with the salt.
It's probably some kind of fucking.
It's definitely. I was gonna think of caviar at first, but
no, it's probably just some
not
seasoning.
on for $24.
It's probably just like cayenne and salt.
I'm looking it up. I gotta know. I gotta know. The suspense is killing me. Broadway dust.
And then we got the meat and potatoes, gluten friendly, only $28. Grilled prime beef flat iron, smashed red potatoes, roasted mushroom, whiskey demi glaze. Dude, this sounds really good. I would eat that. That one sounds pretty nice. And then this, I would not call. I hate it when restaurants do this. Mac and cheese as an entree. Mac and cheese is a side, but they got the Nashville mac and cheese, $21. Fried Nashville hot chicken, beer cheese sauce, cavatappi pasta, and herb crumbs. Okay, so it's actually a pasta. It's a pasta dish that they're calling mac and cheese.
Broadway dust is a seasoned flour or cornmeal mixture usually used to dust fish instead of batter it.
Okay, so it's health conscious.
Yeah.
And then we get the fish and chips, $17. That's all. I mean, that's about what the fucking appetizers cost. I mean, hell of a deal there. Beer battered Alaskan cod, fries, togarashi remoulade, and braised red cabbage. That sounds pretty good.
And where is this located? In Nashville? So
this is right in the heart of downtown Nashville.
You got to get fresh seafood there from Alaska, of all places.
Yeah. And then we got the eat your greens. So these
Yep.
are salads, rabbit food. These are salads. So first off, if you want to add grilled chicken, that's an additional $7. If you want to add fried chicken and prime flat
I hope you
iron,
guys are taking notes on
that's an
this.
additional $13. If
Get
you
your
want to add
phones open. You
grilled
should be taking
salmon, that's an
notes.
additional 30. You're gonna pay almost as much as the damn salad costs to add some of this shit. So we got the little light salad.
You should know about that. You're a sales guy. This is called the upsell.
This is the upsell. It's like, what
Yeah.
do you want? Do you want just? Do you? I'll bring you a plate of lettuce if you want it.
Yeah.
Or do you want that fried chicken and flat iron? You want the? Do you want to do a little turf and turf?
When you
with
go
your
out
salad.
to eat, the idea of a salad is to trick people into thinking they're eating healthy, and really,
Dude,
the base is some
I
crappy
love
old
getting
lettuce.
a salad with my
And then
meal.
they're like, "Oh, and would you like ranch dressing, blue cheese, both? How much oil do you want on that?
do you want
French fries sprinkled on top?"
A salad is refreshing and it's tasty. I enjoy eating a salad. It's not even like a health thing. It's just like a nice compliment to the meal. So we got
I don't do meat or anything anymore, but I used to go out and you go to get a salad and you'd think you're getting like a chopped salad or like a Cobb salad. And then it gets there and you're like, oh, there's no greens in this. It's eggs and bacon. I'm eating breakfast basically in a bowl with a tomato next to it and some blue cheese dressing on it.
So starting here, we got the Little Light, $8, gluten friendly and vegan. So you could eat this. Mixed greens, tomato, cucumber, buttermilk herb dressing. Well, that's not vegan.
No,
I don't think
but
the buttermilk
to him it probably
vegan.
is. When I went down south,
oh no, it's vegetarian. It's not vegan. It's
I went down south and I was at a restaurant and I said, "Do you guys have anything vegan on the menu?" And the woman said, "Yeah, we have a turkey sandwich." So like in her mind, she was like, "What's the healthiest thing on the menu?" We have a turkey sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah. So then after that, we have the K&A, $12 GNV.
The K&A, I can't say that; it will get canceled. But I think that must be kosher.
Yeah, kosher and
meal.
Ashkenazi.
Yeah,
shaved $12. Shaved Tuscan kale, Granny Smith apple, Parmesan, walnuts, togarashi, honey citrus vinaigrette. Now that doesn't sound too bad. Now this next one is probably either this one or the one after is like the one I would order. The Nash Vegas Caesar, crisp romaine hearts, butter croutons, Parmesan, classic Caesar dressing, and charred lemon. That sounds.
What's better than a good sourdough, fat, like 1 by 2 inch crouton, dude?
But if it's a real Caesar dressing with the anchovies, nothing better, dude. That sounds.
I'm trying to think.
Delicious.
Yeah, I only had anchovies like twice in my life.
Well, a real Caesar dressing is made with like fresh anchovies, but it's like, that's rare. Like most places are gonna have some like approximation or facsimile of Caesar dressing. But if you get like a place that makes like a real homemade, like Emerald Lagasse style Caesar dressing, it's gonna have the anchovies.
I once had them on pizza. Wasn't a huge fan because like the salty, oily kind of.
Dude, it's so good. Dude, fuck those Ninja Turtles. I don't care what they say in that cartoon. Anchovies on pizza is really good. It's a great.
It wasn't. I didn't make my decision based on the Ninja Turtles, but I can see what you're saying. Mine was actually eating them, but then I had them straight out of the can once. My buddy Ross used to bring them to a can of them to school every day, and I tried one. They were actually pretty good. I think you even eat the bones out of the can. You don't even notice.
Yeah, the bones. Yeah, it's like sardines. You can eat the bones.
Yeah,
I'm a bone muncher. Anchovies are very salty, but with the times I've been able to order them on a pizza, which most pizza places don't really have them on the menu, I have enjoyed it. I've thought like, oh, this is pretty good.
I used to deliver pizzas, and we did keep a can of anchovies in the restaurant. And then when that movie came out where the guy was getting laid from extra anchovies on the pizza, that was the signal. Mystic Pizza, was it? No.
Oh, maybe.
No, I think like something pizza. Whatever. It was basically like
Mystic River.
No, that's a different type of sex that they had. It was extra anchovy pizza delivery sex. Extra anchovy pizza sex. Maybe it was. No, because that was Julia Roberts. That was like Loverboy, 1989. That was probably before your time.
Yeah, that's way
But there was these
before my
pizza
time.
guys, and basically, if somebody and he was get a big tip, he was paying his way through college, and anytime a woman, an older lady, a MILF, a cougar, would order extra anchovies, it was his sign to deliver it, and then he had to have sex with all these women. It was basically like some like Hollywood producer, and he was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this is what I do if I was a pizza guy." I'm doing that. Actually, I can do that really good now with the beard.
Shit, man. You know, one of the funny things about
Somebody make a
trading,
meme out of this.
sometimes you have to be, when you're trading, you have to be cool selling at a loss, just cutting it and not holding out for hoping it bounces back. So I just,
You
anyway,
just sold
I just lost money on Tim's cheese.
your kids. You took that out of your kids' college fund.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I lost money on Tim's cheese, and then I lost money on nothing coin. But I'm still in the green. I'm
doing snuggle trades on a concentrated snuggle range for DeFi, dude. Really good right now because crypto's at the bottom. So if the
Yeah.
position goes low, the bottom of the snuggle range, for those who understand this, basically creates a stop loss, and then you can get the appreciation if it goes up. So DeFi has been doing really well right now.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just took a hit on Tim's cheese, and I took a hit on nothing coin, but I'm still way up. I mean, Fitcoin, like holding on to that moon bag was a good idea because, like,
Yeah, it went up again.
it keeps going up. So if
I already made this joke on Twitter, but it's like the irony of you making so much money going to the moon with Bitcoin is hilarious. That you've lost money on shitcoin, titcoin, fart
dude,
coin.
I invested in, I was in feces coin, I was in piss coin, urine coin, nipple. I was in all of it, and all of those got rugged. But we'll get to that. You know, we'll get to all that. But yeah, and then I like rotated some of the profits, and I put some money in something called Tim's cheese, which I saw was like looking like it was getting rugged just now. So I just went ahead and cut it and sold. Maybe it'll bounce back, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna do that thing I always do, where I just torture myself watching it continue to go down, and then I just lose all of it. And then I got rugged on something called Nothing Coin. But I did. Well, you know, we'll get back. I guess we'll do the menu later. Stay tuned for when I go through the rest of Jelly Roll's
Actually,
Goodnight
that's
Nashville
probably going to
menu.
be on the Patreon behind the paywall. So if you guys want to see the rest of the menu, you have to watch Pandatron and Dalton go over that behind the paywall.
Yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So, yeah, Fitcoin. I mean, honestly, if I had just like not sold any Fitcoin, just kept everything there, I would just be way up.
Yeah, woulda, shoulda, coulda, but didn't you pull 600 out?
Dude, I pulled 600 out, and then I put like,
yeah, that's great, dude.
Between Tim's cheese, between Tim's cheese and Nothing Coin, I lost like 90 of that, and then, but I'm up like, I'm up, but I'm. But then I rotated some other profits in the Goblin Gang. So that's the thing with these meme coins, is you got to follow the narrative, right? So there's like, I don't know, like what determines. They all seem to just kind of happen randomly and organically, these narratives. But something
it's a
called
true free market, dude. You're dancing around. You're more Dave Smith and libertarian than he is, dude. You're dancing around in a true free market that his mind couldn't even comprehend, dude.
Yeah, so something called Wizard Gang mooned pretty quickly. Like Wizard Gang, like within the same day that it hit Deck Screener, pumped all the way to like a $6 million market cap. So That's 0.006.
Dude, can numbers even go that high, Dalton?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So it's like
That's a
typically
lot.
with the
There's a lot of numbers in the finance.
typically with a meme
numbers.
coin, the
Yeah.
total supply is a billion or 999.99 million, which means that the market, if it's 0.006 cents per coin, that means it's a $6 million market cap. And then if it goes to 6 cents, it's a 60 million. 60 cents would be 600 million. $6, 6 billion.
Wow.
So that's how it works. So so Wizard Gang pumped all the way to like 6 million, which means that if you bought it when it was just at like 100,000 market cap, so 0.0001, there were people who made like a ton of money on that one like really quickly. And so that's the narrative, right? So now it's like wizards and shit.
Yeah.
So now there's all these other
That's pretty cool. I like wizards, dude. I like it better than bodily functions, dude. Wizards are cool. I like sorcerers.
Yes.
I like monks.
Warlocks,
Druids are wicked cool. I made a druid the other
paladins,
day.
clerics
are awesome. Rangers,
barbarians,
a rogue.
Did
you say barbarians already?
Barbarians, yeah.
Fighters,
rogues, thieves,
mage fighters.
Yeah. So, you got to follow the narrative, right? So it's like Wizard Gang pumps like crazy. Now the narrative
warlocks.
Like
we forgot warlocks.
I said warlocks.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. Pyromancers.
Oh yeah, that's a good
one. But so it's like now it's like all wizards and magic and shit. So I'm like parsing through like, okay, so which one of these looks like it's gonna be something? So it's like all the ones that are just like copies of Wizard Gang, like different wizard kind of shit. I was like, nah, these are all gonna get rugged.
Hunters,
Hunter
Rangers.
But then I found one called Goblin Gang, and so I said, yes,
whoop whoop,
yes. Anathema.
Did you get rugged by little goblin fella, dude? Because that would be fucking hilarious.
Anathema to the wizard. What is the wizard's natural enemy? Goblins.
Okay, all right.
So
what about
like
orcs?
And also orcs. Oh shit! Is there an orc coin?
Dude, you're right. Let me I can go get my monster manual if you want to do this, Dalton, right now. We can go through.
Oh, there is an orc coin, but it's 9 months old, so this is different. Anyway, so Goblin Gang. Oh no, it's actually. Oh no, you know what? Yeah, people are. It's actually going down. So you know what? I still have the Bitcoin is still pumping. So I guess
a lot of people are into fitness nowadays, especially meme coin people. Yeah, they love their fitness, dude.
But you got to follow the narrative. So it's like wizards, and it's like the next one is not going to be like another wizard coin. It's going to be goblins, which I should have sold at 300,000 market cap, and now it's back down to about where I bought it. Okay. Well, you know what? Who cares? I wonder if that one I just took a hit on is going back up. Okay, good. No, that one's still going down, so I don't feel bad about
You're not even on your camera's not even picking you up right now.
Anyway.
You're in the ether, dude.
Anyway, so
you're basically teleporting like a wizard.
I guess this is not financial advice, but now might be a good entry for Goblin Gang. That's not good. That's not good for me. But that might be good for you if you want to go ahead and.
Dude, I think if I were you, I would take, especially like if you have a healthcare savings or an emergency fund for like medical bills. You're probably not going to get sick, and even if you do, the hospital's not going to take care of you. I would just cash that out and put it into Goblin Coin right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. Yeah, I'm thinking about just like just cashing out my 401k and putting it all in Goblin Gang.
Dude, if you have telling you, any of that stuff, dude.
Yeah, no, Goblin Gang is. Well, it's been the price action on this has been crazy, dude. Because it's like it got up to almost 300,000, and then it dips, and then just all these buys start coming. Dude, I'm seeing people drop like $2,000 on this thing. So I don't know. Maybe this one has potential.
I was watching people So there's a have you seen the new trend of people purposely getting rugged as like to make shorts and stuff?
No.
So there's live streamers now that will find coins that they know are rug coins, right? Like that are bad, and then they go on there on purpose and put money on to see. And so like some people are like, okay, I'm gonna see if this guy will rug us for like $5. So they like put $5 in, it goes up, and like he doesn't pull the rug yet. So he's like, let's see if we get him at like 10. So they put another 5 in there, and he still did. And then I got up to like 45, and he still didn't rug it. He's like, okay, let's see if he rugs it at $50. So they put another 5, and as soon as he puts the 5 in, it just drops straight red to the ground. And it's like, that guy pulled a whole illegal scam, like over $50.
So they're purposefully just putting in on pump funds like a little bit at a time to see when they get rugged.
Yeah, but like the idea is they're getting views and they're doing super chats. And
Yeah,
stuff
no,
to
they're
see
making more money
if they can make more than $50 while people are tuning in to watch this
Yeah,
and laugh at
it's
the
great.
laugh at the ruggers. Yeah,
That's like Vegas Matt. Like Vegas Matt will lose like $20,000 at a slot machine, but his YouTube channel probably makes like triple that on the video of him losing.
yeah, and the casinos are probably like, yeah, come play and tell them where you are for an advertisement, and we'll give you, if you make like 10 videos for Caesar's Palace or whatever, we'll give you like $2,000 or $5,000.
Dude, that guy's living the dream, dude. He'll just be like grocery shopping and be like, "Oh, I found a slot machine. Fire up the camera. Let's go ahead and hit the slots while I'm grocery shopping." And then he'll just like, on his way out of the grocery store, lose $4,000.
So it's a new level to your childhood dream that you've talked about before, because you used to be like, what if I could just be a wandering gambler or poker player? But now you could live stream it, and you could really make that childhood dream come true.
Solana's going back up. So it's like everything that I have back in Solana is still making money.
What's Solana at? Like 150? 125? 140? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like ETH has been sitting between 15 and 16.
Dude, Ethereum holders have been taking a fucking beating, dude.
Ethereum proof of stake and Ethereum and those subsequent chains like base chain and stuff, it's a different thing than Bitcoin though. Like Bitcoin literally has like no use case right now because everybody just buys and holds it.
That's what that Peter Schiff guy keeps posting. I don't know who this fucking dude is, but he seems to hate Bitcoin, and I guess he does make a good point.
He's heavily invested in gold. That's the problem with him. He has a gold company where you can get a credit card. You can buy gold from him and then use a credit card to spend that gold without moving it around. And so Bitcoin puts a big, he basically, from now to the end of time, will just keep saying Bitcoin crashes. And if he dies, no big deal. And if Bitcoin ends up crashing, he looks like a genius.
Yeah, I guess he makes a good point, though, when he says, like, it's being treated as, like, a speculative, like, security. Like, it doesn't have, it's not functioning the way that Satoshi said it would.
Yeah,
like,
so Bitcoin Cash you can spend and use, and it's actually people actually use it. Because Bitcoin has been kind of corrupted, everybody just holds it hoping that it goes up so that it never really does anything. The reason Ethereum's, and I don't know what the huge crash is, and I don't know. This is not financial advice, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm an idiot. But I actually buy, trade, and use Ethereum on a day-to-day basis.
Let's go ahead and change things for the better. This is financial advice.
Yeah.
Go, folks, get out your notebooks and write all of this down.
Yeah, I actually am making a decent living off of DeFi, but I don't like to bring it up anymore because people hate it basically, and it's too hard to explain.
Well, people hate it because it might just be boring, and also I think people resent it. I think people resent when you've like figured something out. People really hate it whenever anyone figures something out.
Yeah,
because then they're like, "Fuck, who the fuck do you think you are?"
Well, now I'm suffering from like imposter syndrome, Jew syndrome, a bunch of stuff because like I wake up and I do DeFi for like an hour. I just check some stuff, look at it or whatever, and it's generating enough fees that I'm like, if I want to live very low key, I don't have to worry about my regular job or whatever. I can just manage that stuff. And it's like, oh, I see why like rich people's kids like do drugs and want to kill themselves, because it takes away like your purpose in life.
Yeah.
You know,
Hebrews 13:5 says, "Let your conversation be without covetousness, and be content with such things as ye have, for he hath said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee." Amen.
Amen.
So I think all the Hebrews would do good to remember that. Do not be,
I kept thanking God for everything that he gave me every day for like the past like 5 years. Every night before I go to bed, I do like a 15-minute thing for like half a decade now. And my life just keeps getting better. And then as it gets better, I don't relax into it and enjoy it. So I'm having a hard time enjoying the abundance that I'm receiving from my work. So keep plugging along and doing godly things and trying to add enough head. Oh, so I got a story for you. So I'm playing poker yesterday, Dalton, right?
Yeah.
And I typically play deep in the free state of New Hampshire, but I went down to the border of Massachusetts. And when you're down there, you will get some border hoppers from Massachusetts into New Hampshire. And I'm sure you know that Massachusetts and New Hampshire are two separate animals that live on different sides of a border.
Yeah.
And we were playing poker, and one of the guys we were playing poker with was a Marine veteran that was a young guy, a little bit younger than me, and he's drinking, and his buddy is a dealer, starts dealing. And as his buddy's dealing, when you deal, every time that he deals a winning hand, which is every time, the person that wins typically tips a minimum of $1, and if it's a bigger pot, more money, right? And so we're sitting at this table of degenerate poker players, and somebody won a hand and didn't tip the dealer, and the drunken Marine guy says, hey, don't Jew him on the tip.
Mm-hmm.
In mixed company. I didn't think anything of it because I've heard well worse in the deep state, the New Hampshire poker tables. But one fella at the table from Massachusetts, Brookline, Massachusetts, took this is insulting and said, hey, don't talk like that or I'm going to call the pit boss over. And somebody's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you're Jewish. He's like, I'm not Jewish, but I'm a good person and you're being racist.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I brought this up on Twitter today, and it became a big deal at the table. Everybody was really uncomfortable with it. Do you think that is something worth being uncomfortable with in mixed company at a
Don't
public
Jew the
poker?
dealer on the tip?
Yeah.
Where I come from and my upbringing, no. That's just like just something people said. It's like, you're going to Jew someone as other, you're going to Jew them down, but I suppose in polite society nowadays, maybe that is offensive now.
Well, he didn't use a slur. You know what I mean? So I was kind of in the middle where I was like, this is something you could hear on Family Guy. You know what I mean? Like if you turn on Family Guy, they've made that joke.
Right.
But I got the guy's point because he was like, I'm here to have fun. Right. And you're saying something that makes me uncomfortable, so I'm going to stand up. What was funnier, though, now is time passes, and I mentioned this on Twitter, too, so if you read this, then you're going to... But this guy's just sitting there all drunk, and he's like, dude, I can't believe you're offended by that. I don't get offended at all. He's like, and I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy, too. You're saying you're a good guy? I'm a good guy. And he's like, I married my grade school crush. And I was like, whoa, that's a little young for me, but if that's your thing... And no one laughed and made a pedophile joke. And then he got really upset that I made a pedophile joke and then everybody turned on me. So everybody was half and half split on making a public Jew joke, but they were not down with making a pedophile joke, and things
Right.
quickly turned on to me. So anyways, here's my thing. I actually thought that the pedophile joke was less taboo than making a Jew being cheap joke.
Right.
Because it's like a play on words. Obviously, he met her when he was also in grade school, but he said it like she's in grade school. You know? You're turning into Sal, but you're looking at your portfolio.
Dude, I'm
going to have to turn into Dalton and yell at him like he yells at Sal. Dude, we're professional podcasters.
You're right.
Dalton.
You're
the people
right.
show up to be entertained here, and you're trying to love your kids over there. And
you're
sex with your wife.
You're absolutely right.
I'm doing my best to tell a fun and interesting story that makes people giggle.
Yeah.
You know? About slurs. It's got all the hot spots, dude. It's got
you're
slurs,
right.
anti-Semitism.
I got distracted
poker,
because I'm kicking
pedophilia,
myself.
dude. I mean, what more can I
myself.
add to this story, bro?
And I just need to trust the process. I'm locked in. I pulled profits, lost a little bit of them. Goblin Gang is still looking like it might be okay.
Yeah.
But and then I got my Fitcoin is doing great.
Yeah.
So that's all gonna be good. Dude, your
Can
camera
I
keeps
say? Yeah, I know. I'll fix it. And this problem did happen before. And what's funny is I don't know how to fix it now, but I made a video about how to fix this, so I can go back and watch my old self in that video I made to set my camera up.
Well, let's get to the next request. We might get to all
stop
these.
it for a second because this has been on my mind since the show started. But
yeah,
can everybody check out Dalton's t-shirt, dude? That's a pretty cool t-shirt, dude.
Oh yeah, it's
Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi, dude.
Yoshi.
Pretty fashionable, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know,
it's pretty cool. And if you can see the text on it, it says Super Mario.
Yeah. He is. He is.
And you know what? Is super.
Dude, I don't know any Marios but him. I'm trying to think if I know any pizza restaurant
Mario
people.
Cantone,
Mario Lopez, dude.
Van Peebles.
Mario Lopez is pretty super. AC Slater, yeah. We know Luigi. We know one Luigi, the guy that killed the CEO.
Yeah.
Luigi Manchurian candidate.
Mansion.
Yeah,
so we might get to all the requests here. Let's do one more. Let's do another request. I don't even know if he's still here, but hey, we'll do it anyway. Ride Santa Cruz gave him $10. Sepultura Orgasmatron. This is Cornfed Radio.
If you're still here, send us a $20 super
chat.
chat.
If you're still here, just go ahead and throw some more money there.
Send us a $20 super chat so we can see if you're still here or not.
And I like this Super Mario.
I saw that. That's
good. Yeah. Okay, Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, The Chirp.
Speluntora. I like the artwork. My Hershorona.
I am the one for Orgasmatron, the Alfred grasping hand. My image.
They definitely stole this beat from My Sharona, though.
My servants break the land. Toxic juice and arrogance. Clandestine and rape. 2,000 years of misery, of torture in my name. Hypocrisy made paramount. Paranoia the law. My name is no religion. Sadistic, sacred born. I twist the truth, I rule the I draw the soul of deceit. I am the emperor of lies. You level at my feet. I wrong you and love you. Your downfall is my game. And do you play the psychopath and revel in my fame? And all my promise are lies.
Whoa!
All my love is light. I am the
Hey, good news, everybody. By the way, we'll get back to the song here in a second. Fitcoin is pumping again. We're on another leg up on Fitcoin,
Nice.
and it's now at about a $2.5 million market cap. And I am up. I have 425,656.34095 Bitcoins, which total are now worth $1,065. That's on an initial $200 investment, $600 of which I've already pulled profit, and now I'm up over $1,000 on that. So this is not financial advice, or maybe this is financial advice. I would not buy Fitcoin right now while it's pumping, but if it dips, go ahead. Maybe get in on it.
Burn to earn. It says there's actually a wait. Is this actually? Does this have a website? Is this the Burn to earn?
Yeah, it's like a fitness something.
Dude, this actually could go somewhere. It looks like there's a fake app.
Yeah, it's there's like a lot of fitness influencers getting in on it. So
it claims that it connects with Daily Burn, Strava. It doesn't connect to my Whoop, but so
yeah, I'm kind of bummed I sold it, but hey, you can never feel bad about taking profit.
You made some money already, so like
Yeah, don't worry, I'll lose that.
Oh, and if you click on anything at all on the website, it says page not found.
Dude, it's like any of those meme coin websites where it looks like a website, and then none of the shit is actually clickable.
Smart.
Yeah.
Well, you know why? Because they know that people are like, let me check. Does it have a website? Yes. Okay. And they're like all hyper, and they're like, buy, sell kidney, buy Fitcoin.
Yeah. Oh shit, dude. Man, fucking Goblin Gang is fucking me in the ass right now. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's finish the song.
and I decide your fate.
It's pretty cool. Little solo. It doesn't sound great through YouTube in my headset through StreamYard. So the beat still sounds like My Sharona.
Oh, you know what? Hey, good news, everybody. A $1,200 buy order just came in on Goblin Gang. So there is there's still price action.
It's still time for you guys to get in.
Yes, I might actually buy some more Goblin Gang.
Look, if you guys want to be Dalton's liquidity, you can get into a couple of these moves here.
Yeah, go ahead and be my exit liquidity. Go ahead and buy some Goblin Gang right as I sell it.
If you're not doing anything, if you could please go be Dalton's exit liquidity, that would really help him.
The trick with this stuff is like
then he could get back to concentrating on the important stuff like reading the jelly roll menu in Nashville.
Yes. Yeah. The trick with this is like figuring out how to hold on to your profits and not like just keep gambling on the dumbest shit of all time. Just just like actually holding on to your money and not over rotating in the dumb shit and then losing it. What stock trading app do I use? I have Robinhood, which that's a great way to lose all your fucking money. That's what I was going to say about meme coins is like so I do think there's a use case for them. Like right now it's very stupid and it's all speculative and gambling and scams. But I do feel like what I was saying earlier, given the fact that there's such a high barrier of entry with the stock market, and
Yeah.
it's just as not real as meme coins. But you have to, you kind of, it's like buttoned up so it looks like it's legitimate. So it's like you have to have $25,000 that you're able to just park inside of a fucking Robinhood account to even be able to day trade. Whereas like with meme coins, you could, if you just have like enough Solana to cover the transaction fee, which is like like maybe
pennies.
a few pennies,
Yeah.
you could buy that little amount of a meme coin and sell it, a minute later if you want.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would, but there's no like financially you don't have to have a certain amount. You just have to have enough to cover the transaction fee, which is like a few cents.
It's the same with DeFi, all crypto, no barriers of entry. Anybody can get in and lose their money, just like the next guy.
And it's all Web3, so it's like to set up a Phantom wallet, you do have to like keep, maintain your own records. Like you have to be
the actual hardest part is that fiat does not want you putting money in the blockchain. So the hardest part is usually figuring out how to get money from your bank onto the blockchain through an
it's easy. You know what I do? At least for Solana, because on the Phantom Wallet app has the cash buy function where you can type in the dollar amount of Solana you want to generate a quote, and there's an option where you can use what's called your buying power in Robinhood. Where'd you go?
I'm here. I know what it is. It's got to be fixed next week.
So you can use your buying power in Robinhood to buy Solana and immediately transfer it to your Phantom wallet. So you'll click the Robinhood option and it'll open the Robinhood app on your phone and it'll pull up the order right there and ask you to confirm it. And it'll say, here's the wallet address you're wanting to send this to, all that. And you'll confirm it and it'll place the order for whatever amount of Solana you want. And then a minute later, it's on your Phantom wallet.
Nice.
So that's usually what I do. And then if I ever want to sell any of it and put it back into my bank account, I could just transfer it back to Robinhood as Solana and sell it there, and then put that. Then it's in your buying power, and then you could just transfer that to your bank account.
I go through Gemini in the U.S., so it goes on to a centralized exchange. The ACH takes 7 days to go through. Then once that goes through, I can transfer it into my cold wallet, so I have full access to it. But in foreign countries, you can use credit cards and stuff to buy crypto, and they don't give you a problem. A lot of cards in the U.S. don't let you do that. Getting it off is really easy. I use a company called Spritz Finance, and you can. I paid all my bills last month with Spritz just to test it out, and I deposited into my bank account from Spritz. They charge you a fee per transaction, a small percentage, up to a certain dollar point. So that was cool to test out. So now I'm able to live off the blockchain if I had to and pay a lot of my bills. But most of my bills are fiat stuff anyways from centralized banks. So if they were to shut down my banking, credit cards and systems like that, I don't know what I would do anyways to buy groceries.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't want you doing any of this, but it is at least as far as Phantom Wallet is set up, it's pretty simple because you can do that where it's just you'll make the order in Robinhood and immediately it'll send it to your Phantom Wallet, or you can do the whole copy your address and plug it into a different app and transfer it.
Yeah.
But what'll happen a lot of times is if you go onto an exchange like Coinbase or crypto.com, the quickest option and the one with where there's no fees is a direct ACH transfer. So if you just pull money right out of your bank account and put it into your fiat wallet on the app.
Yeah.
And then you use that to buy whatever crypto you want, and then you could send that crypto to whatever wallet you want. The thing that they don't really Well, I guess they tell you this, but you need to read what the actual terms and conditions are. Is that like that ACH transfer, that direct deposit, that can take like 7 to 10 business days to
Yeah, that's
settle.
what I do. It takes 5 to 7 days. Yeah.
Yeah, so you could transfer that money right away to your fiat wallet and use it to buy something, but then that will still be a pending transaction for like the next week.
Yeah.
So like whatever you bought that's sitting on the exchange, you can't like transfer that to anything until that transaction settles. And so, and I know with crypto.com, theirs can take like up to 10 business days.
Yeah, so you can get it off really quick if it's actual cash. You can set your definitely a MetaMask, definitely a Trust Wallet. I don't know about Phantom, up to Spritz Finance, and then that you can do up to once a month. You can do up to $1,000 instantly for free, and then everything else I think is like 0.5%. So up a certain amount, like $200 is $2, $400 is like $2, 500 is $2. I think at like 501 to like 6, it's like 0.5% or something. But it tells you how much it is. But it allows you to get it off the blockchain back into your account pretty quickly, which is nice to have. And like I said, I was able to pay my credit cards and stuff. But what I didn't realize when I paid my credit card bills is it actually goes through, it takes the money out. And luckily I did it early because I wanted to test it. It's an ACH. So it's like, oh, this will post in 5 to 7 days. That mine ended up posting in like 4 to 5. But I was like, oh, my bill's due. And luckily I did it early. But if I had tried to do it on the day my bill was due, it wouldn't have got paid. And it would have taken the money from
Dude, they don't want the little guy getting ahead. They don't want us to succeed. They don't want us to rise.
No, yeah, they definitely don't. I'm really enjoying crypto now. Although when you talk about crypto with most people or DeFi or meme coins or whatever,
they fucking hate this shit.
their eyes glaze over. I had a guy asking me a lot of questions at the poker table the other day, and I could just watch the other people's eyes glazing over as I was answering his questions.
Yeah, because
they were getting physically upset that
you know what it is.
But I were having a conversation.
You figured something out, and people shut down. They go, "Nuh-uh, I'm supposed to just work a job I hate forever."
Yeah,
and they don't. They resent the fact that anyone figured something out because you're supposed to just make like $100 a day working a shitty job, and then they pay you every 2 weeks, and then like half of that gets taken out for some bullshit like health insurance.
Some of it's FOMO though, because like I know when I'm like I can't play poker for like 3 weeks to like a month because I got other projects going on, I have to unsubscribe from the poker channels because I'll get a short of a poker thing and I'll be like, stop showing me poker because I can't play it right now and I have to stop my anger. And when I wasn't able to do crypto because I was waiting for some things to move around for my deposit to go through, and I had like a 7-day wait for some cash to go on, I would see something crypto related and be like, stop showing me that because I can't do that right now, even though I want to do that. So I don't know if it's like they're mad you figured it out. Sometimes they're like, yes, of course I want to make money doing crypto. I'm broke though, so I can't do it. That's something I'm working towards. So
I'm broke. I'm just irresponsible with money. So yeah, but
there's a funny video that like came up in my feed like maybe like a week ago, and it's so funny because it seems fake, but from being there, it's true. So I kind of felt like when Andrew Tate posted this, he was kind of being true. He was like, guys, he's like, you don't make it until you make it. Until you make it, max your credit cards out, roll this over. He's like, refinance this, go broke, go 200K into the hole trying to figure it out.
You would be surprised.
Like, and you'll make it when you're on your last dollar. And looking back at my life, dude, like 4 or 5 years ago, dude, I was like so fucked in my life, dude. Like I had a tire that was going flat that I couldn't afford to fill up, and I had to literally drive it from one gas station to the other to put air into it to continue doing DoorDash and Uber and stuff because I was so balancing things around trying to figure. And then all of a sudden I woke up one morning and I had $5K in my account from these Instacart videos that I was making that paid off. And that month I made $35K in YouTube Instacart videos from this blog I was filling. And I was literally like looking for change to put air in my tire because I was so fucked. And the next thing I know, I had $35K in my bank account. And I was like, dude, I figured it out. I'm a genius.
Yeah.
And that gave me the seed money for Amazon and like whatever, up and away. I just kept plugging away and I was like, finagling everything, wheeling and dealing. Now, the other end is if anything else went wrong, dude, if I broke my leg, dude, got a car accident, I'd be living under a bridge somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, but you would be surprised to like find out to find out who you really are when you put yourself in a place of survival.
Yes, dude.
Like,
well, here's the problem.
Like most people,
like,
well, and it's not really a trap. It's just like smart. Is like most people, like once they get to a place of like contentment or comfort or just like where their needs are met, like where they can just like exist,
they play it safe.
They just play it as safe as possible.
Yeah,
and they never leave the town they're in and never do anything.
Yeah,
but there's no risk of like anything happening, bad.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you completely burn your life to the ground where you have just like nothing left to lose, you do like unlock a new like something lights up inside of you where you go,
dude, it's fear. You basically so I can't shut it off now, but like for the past 5 years leading up to like about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was living in a constant fight or flight mechanism. Like I woke up and I was like, gotta make money, dude. I'm going to freaking die. Go. And then you finally figure it out. And now all my energy every day works I'm trying to shut down that animalistic system that I've turned on and like actually enjoy and have some peace in my life.
Dude, I keep fucking up. Like anytime I could have like kind of started to recover, I fuck up. So I just live with my back to the wall so far. But like when everything like fell apart for me and I like truly was like, okay, if I don't kill myself, what do I do?
Yeah. Honestly, I've told the story too many times, but once I put it in the back of my mind, it's like, dude, worst comes to worst, dude. If you really fuck it all up, you can just kill yourself, dude.
Yeah.
Like if you get that far backed in the wall, and it never gets really that bad.
I was there for months where I was just like, so yeah, I guess it's gonna get, we're gonna get down to the wire, and then I'll just like end my own life.
Yeah.
And that'll solve all of my problems. So I was at that point, and then
but seriously, guys, suicide's no laughing. I know we had a lot of fun here today, joking, joshing around, but suicide's no laughing matter. If you need help, reach out. The DMs are always open. But go back to your hilarious story about going to kill yourself.
Well, it's like I just was kept at like wondering like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like I have no skills. I have no clue what I'm even gonna do to like try and claw my way out of this situation. And I got I would say kind of lucky. It's kind of a blessing that I found one of the remaining few actual remote jobs that like allows me to not only just like not have to drive, like go anywhere to work or look presentable. It was very nice. But that is also like allows for pretty quick growth, like within the job itself, because it's a sales job. So like that allowed for me to like establish like a base of operation.
If you're on the brink of killing yourself, having a soul crushing sales job is actually a step up. It's actually a step up in excitement.
I'll tell you what, It sucks. It's like, yeah, it's not anything anybody wants to do for a living. But the conversation that's being had now between like all these fucking millionaire guys who just sit in an air conditioned room and talk all day.
Yeah.
Who, like, they make all their money doing fucking nothing, and they're talking about like what the next generation should do.
Yeah.
Like, to actually, it's like you need to work hard.
Dude,
These
seriously,
fucking Dave Ramsey and Matt Walsh and all these fucking clowns who've never worked a day in their goddamn life. They've never fucking done any of the actual work that they claim everyone needs to do.
Yep.
But it's like all these fucking people are talking about like college is a waste of money now. It's a scam. Don't try to like get smarter, learn anything, or gain any new knowledge. Go to trade school and break your body for the benefit of a company that doesn't care about you, so that when you're 50 and you're unable to work anymore, they fire you and then you waste away to Oxycontin.
Well, here's the other thing too is it's already too late. When that advice is out, like the people that needed to fill that position already figured that out. So it's similar to like, so you got to kind of figure out what is going to be needed in the future. So if they're like, yeah, we need all these electricians, whatever. Well, those people are already like in school. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you missed that when they figured out. So I had mentioned this on Twitter, but I was like, oh, I'm just going to buy a white lab coat and a clipboard and pretend I'm a doctor online. And like it got some traction because I think people related to it. It's like, but that's kind of like the new authoritarian, like fake authority. Like we grew up thinking it was like, oh, you have a clipboard, whatever, that guy's got a uniform. Now people realize that's bullshit. But then they see David Patrick, whatever, in a suit.
Patrick Bet Dalton.
Yeah. And see him in a suit. And he's like, here's what you got to do to be rich. Here's what I did. But you don't actually have any, like, you don't know that he's actually rich.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he's just telling you.
There's nothing wrong with like working hard and doing hard labor. It's just that understand you'll never be valued by whoever you're working for, and it will destroy your body.
Yep.
So you'll never be paid commiserate to like the actual output of labor. You're always going to be like it's
I don't know.
crazy.
I saw a TikTok where a woman paid $1,200 to get a faucet installed. So
yeah,
you could scam old ladies, if you have a trade.
Yeah, I just mean like the people I've known who are working like hard labor, like trade jobs like that. And maybe you get to a point like Token Tony here says he's a tradesman, makes six figures.
I came up in trade. I did construction for a long time. I did painting, I did roofing, construction, painting, construction. And then I was like finally bought a real estate investment property that I fixed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've always been blown away. Like my friend who the job actually killed him. I remember talking to him, like when he would tell me like the amount of hours he had to work and like all the shit he had to do himself, like buy his own tools and drive to a place. And then just the amount of hours and like what he was actually getting paid to do it. I was like, hey man, I don't want to tell you your business, but you're getting raped by whoever you're working for.
So hold on a second,
not fucking paying you enough.
One thing I will say, and maybe I'm misreading the thing here, but you and I have a different like mindset. So when you have like a very active mind, it's really difficult for you to think about doing a trade deal, like doing a trade job day in and day out. But I know a lot of guys that are like plumbers, electricians, stuff. Their brain works different, and they're like, they can get up hungover, go plumb for 8 to 10 hours, and then go to the bar and drink. And when you talk to them, they actually don't. They're like, oh, it's not that bad. I make like $100K. I got a house. I got a wife and a kid. And I was like, your life's like, I would think about killing myself every day if I had to show. You try to plumb with them for 4 hours, and you're like, I can't do this. And they're doing it 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like, and
well, you know what's not fair.
You know what minds are just different in some people.
You know what sucks is like when I was being raised up, but anyone who actually had to work a job where they had to like break their back to work for a living, everything I was told was like, yo, study hard, get good grades, go to school, so you ain't got to do none of this shit. There's a way for you to live where you can make way more money and never have to turn a screwdriver.
Yep.
And I was like, bet, David, Patrick, bet, David. And so I was like, I'm gonna go to college and get a degree and like do everything I got to do to get like whatever the job is I'm told about, where I ain't got to do none of this shit and make more money. And then like I got rogue pulled on that. And then like as soon as I graduate college, everybody was like, "Oh, you went to college, you fucking idiot! You should have been like figuring out how to weld."
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'm saying: all those people are still wrong. They're all very wrong. Study whatever you want. Go read all the books you want and go study whatever you want. Get the degree and try and chase your dreams. And then, like, if you need like a skill set that is valued and will be like compensated based on the amount of like actual work you do, where you don't have to like hammer a nail or do anything that hurts, just like sales. Because it's like, dude, I got like, as far as sales jobs go, I got kind of lucky where it's inbound. So every call that happens, they're calling me. And then if I move enough product, like if I like generate enough revenue, I am rewarded for it financially, where it's like, yeah, I get my hourly, and the hourly is nothing. But then like if I sell enough, I get like triple my fucking hourly for the month. Like I get like a commission check that's like way more. And so it's like, if you could develop that skill set, that is valuable to like pretty much every company for right now. Like that's the thing. Like they're not telling you, where they're like, oh, because these motherfuckers, all the people saying this, they don't want to have to like do any of this shit. They don't want to have to actually like work for themselves or like have to do any of the labor. So they want all y'all to like figure that out so that they can make like 7 figures a month doing a shitty fucking podcast like Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Who's not even like entertaining in any way. Like even as a guy who does grievance politics for a living, he's not even like entertaining in the way Rush Limbaugh was. He's a complete fucking drip. Just an absolute nothing of a person who has like no personality or any entertainment value. Makes more money than I'll ever make probably. And he wants you to go like figure out the trades because he's not going to like, he doesn't know how to do that shit. So he's going to like try and like, impart upon everyone the message that, oh, college is a scam. Don't try and do what I did because I'm like uniquely qualified to sit here and talk about how immigrants are bad.
Well, it's kind of like when you see these communist Marxist guys that read the Marxist manifesto and they're like, oh, dude, this is the way. Whenever you talk to them about how the society works, they're always the elites that are going to be telling us like what our Futurama job is, with what they're going to shoot on. In Futurama, when he's like, he goes to the future and like, here's what we figured out through all our technology. You're a pizza delivery guy, guy. So the Marxists are always like, oh yeah, well I'm going to be the elite telling everybody else. They're never working the dick sucking factory in their utopia.
Well, what I'm saying is like, the intersection, I guess, of like blue collar labor and white collar, like something anyone can do where you can like, you stand to make like a lot of money doing it, is like sales. Like that's something like no matter what path you've gone down, if you do need to figure something out like I did, if you just get like good enough at talking to people and buttering them up and pitching products to them, you start closing, we're going to get a better deal. You start closing bigger deals.
Friggin' chicken jelly rolls in Nashville is for closers.
Yeah,
dude.
man. Because like, in the fucking year and some change I've been doing it. Like I went from making just my hourly to slowly getting like a few $100 in commission to where like now I'm getting like thousands of dollars in commission each month. Yeah, and I'm still not that good at it. But
well, I think one thing that got convoluted in all this stuff over the years, not to turn into Dave Smith, but like once government got into college loans, they made the money cheap, right? And I'm not saying that people shouldn't get help going to school, but what happens is the people that went to school, that they're like, oh, when you go to school, you make $1 million more. And it's like, well, that's not necessarily true. It was the people that were smart enough to figure out how to get into school, had the skills to make $1 million more. So if you don't have that skill, it would actually direct you in the right direction. So if you're getting the money, you might actually go down the path of going to college when there would have been a better avenue for you had you like got the pressure to move in that direction. And yes, some people get lost in the cracks, but it happens the other way around too. Some people are pushed up that shouldn't be pushed up. So, you know,
Right.
like I don't know. I think a lot of people got taken advantage of with those loans that shouldn't have been given loans to get degrees that maybe weren't best for them, and they would have figured something else out that was better for them and then not had the loan on top of it.
Well, I mean, nobody has
Because they would never, like, especially you're like a child and you're getting so much propaganda to be like, go to school, go to college, go to school, go to college. And then you're like, you really think I should be taking out this loan? Like, you've taught me nothing about finance. I have no income to pay for it. I have no prospects. So you trust everybody that on the other side, you're going to be able to pay it off. And then you're like, hey, I can't. Like, hey, you should have been an adult. You should have thought about that. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And, you know, people bemoan this idea of like the intellectual elite, like the people that went to college. Oh, you think you're you think you're like better than me, you're more elite. And it's like, yeah, that's what I paid for. I paid to be better than you. That's the whole reason I went.
You think I got into $250K worth of debt not to be better than you?
Yeah.
You don't think I'm better than you?
Yeah, when people are like, oh, the intellectual elite, it's like, yeah, I am an intellectual.
But here's the problem. It's like women
better than you are.
It's like women calling themselves 10s, though. It's like if everybody got free college and everybody's an intellectual elite, then nobody's an intellectual elite.
Right. That's why. Yeah. That's why. Like, yeah. When I meet someone who didn't go to college, I'm like, yeah, I paid to be better than you. Like, I'm sorry.
I paid for this title, all right?
Like, it's not my fault that you feel
suck my penis before I get angry because I'm not feeling the respect that I deserve as one of these elites.
It's not my fault that it's like a ding to your self-esteem that now you're meeting someone who is an intellectual elite and that bothers you. In fact, it only further demonstrates how barbaric you are that it angers you this much.
I like being a barbarian. I say, fuck the elites, dude. Down with the system. Be a barbarian.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I paid for. Is like, to be better than like a good percentage of the population. Is like, I
like being the drudge.
When they handed me that degree, I said, finally, I'm better than everyone.
Yeah.
Now I got to pay a company called First Mark Services $239 every month until I die.
Wait a minute. So, do you have a LinkedIn?
No.
Oh, dude, you need a LinkedIn. You're not going to be officially elite.
Dude, by the way,
really want to be elite,
a job
you need a
tip.
LinkedIn, dude.
Dude, fuck LinkedIn. Here's a job hunting tip. Fuck LinkedIn. Forget Indeed.
No, it's not about job hunting. It's about being prestigious, dude. If you truly want to be an elite, you need to get on LinkedIn, dude. Unlike the rest of us slobs that can't even get on LinkedIn. And stop being an elite, dude.
I do think I have
this would be a great bit, dude. How you look right now, like, dude, putting together a LinkedIn, dude, with this as your profile.
Dude, the last time I used LinkedIn, if you are like looking for a job, they have a thing you could set your thing to that puts a banner on your profile picture that says like open to employment. So it just like signals to everybody that comes across your page, yo, this motherfucker's unemployed. This guy ain't got a job.
Yeah, my buddy, I didn't really know about LinkedIn what it was. I thought it was like Indeed, but I guess it's like elite work Facebook.
It's a fusion of a job board and Facebook. So it's like it's like Indeed. It's Indeed, but also social media. It sucks. It doesn't work. Like
one of my childhood like buddies is like a finance bro, but he's not even like a finance bro type guy. But like, I guess he kind of is. I don't see him like that. And people are coming up to him at the poker tournament that we were at, and I was just like, "Oh, I am such like the skank versus where I belong, dude." Because people are coming up to him and he's like, "Oh, I saw the update. You had a promotion on your LinkedIn." He's like, "Yeah, I didn't really want to put it on there, but I guess you kind of have to so that I can keep my resume up to date." And like everybody's coming by, and I was like, "I'm like, oh, not that I've outgrown them, like because they've excelled in the game of being on the conveyor belt, like go to school, go to college, pay your bills, get a family, whatever." But it just seems so fake to me. Like I can't imagine any of those people really giving a fuck about LinkedIn, and yet they do.
I don't know.
I felt like such an outsider.
It never did anything for me. I don't know anyone that actually uses it. And every call I got from LinkedIn was a scam. So,
was it an Indian guy, dude? What race?
Yeah, there was some Indian. Yeah, it was just like guys who were like, they wanted to offer me.
What shape were the skulls of the guys that were calling?
Well, they wanted to offer me like sales jobs that were commission only, and they would be like, "So, like, do you have anyone in your contacts list you could start calling?" And I'm like, "So wait." Like, what do I need you for? Like, I have to generate all the leads from.
Look, I'm an idea guy. I'm just an idea guy, Dalton. So I'm here to.
Yeah, it baffled me where I was like, so you want me to just like call my aunt and be like, hey, do you need what are you currently doing for logistics?
Yeah, that's similar to like you were talking about with the guys that run a TikTok channel to teach you how to make money and run a business, but they don't have a business or have money. They make money in business from teaching, and then they teach other people to be teachers, dude. It's just a pyramid. It's just an online pyramid.
We were talking about that on Crowder Boys last week. Andy Elliott is like
I didn't catch up on that yet. I got to watch that. I missed last week.
I'm obsessed with those guys.
And I missed you and Sal and Cornfed. I got to catch up on those.
I'm obsessed with those guys right now. And one of the ones that is like one of my favorites of those like con artists, sales guys like that, who's just like the real money in sales is selling sales. What you're talking about, like becoming a sales guy.
Sales is the product. They're selling sales. Yeah.
Yes, dude. Those guys.
That is fucking honestly, when you think about it for a second, that's top level, dude.
It's so good. It's so. And
it
by
is
the way,
boiler room top level God state sales.
A lot of what they're saying, like a lot of what these guys say, is not true. Like it's worthwhile tips and tricks and skills. It's just that you can get all of that from their TikToks. Like, I don't know. Yeah. It's just like if you are working in sales, you could just watch like a tips and tricks sales compilation of all these guys and get pretty much like whatever they're charging tens of thousands of dollars for these companies to come out and do these sales seminars. But dude, these guys are amazing. They're like the best con artists because it's like, dude, like we pulled up Andy Elliott because he's like,
is that the nipple guy?
He looks like Johnny Sins, the porn star. Like there's a bald porn. A lot of porn stars are bald. A lot of the guys, and there's a really great bald porn star.
Bald guys are in shape, high testosterone, very handsome. I can see why they would go into a sexualized industry like that. Personally.
Yeah. And so he's like one of these guys who just sells. Yeah. And his whole thing is like all the shit of doing sales where it's like you want to get to know your customer and understand you're not selling a product, you're selling yourself. Yeah. You're selling what you're not a salesman, you're a caregiver. Okay. Shit like that. But then he's also jacked. So he's like, everyone on my team has to have a 6-pack. It's called having a standard.
Dude, if you have a penis smaller than 8 inches, you're fired. You're out of here, out the door.
Dude, yeah. And the whole like what he's selling is like these fucking seminars and workshops to companies that cost like, I don't know, like $20,000 to have him come out and do one of these things. And he's just selling sales. Like he just goes to like a fucking conference room surrounded by like a sales team. And he's just like, what do you sell? And the guy's like, real estate. And he's like, okay, real estate. So let's do a little role play here. And then just like And he just does the most aggressive, intimidating.
I was gonna say this 2 minutes ago about when I worked at Kirby, dude. It works though. Here's the craziest part.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is all that shit. Everything they say works.
So we would have these morning meetings in Kirby. You would go in, you would sit down with all the salespeople, and you would talk about if you sold any of the home maintenance systems the day before. You do like a clap. And you'd have to do some role playing and stuff, and they would teach you all these methods. And then you would go out in the real world and you're like, well, I feel completely awkward being like that with somebody because it's so unnatural, right?
Oh, yeah.
So then me and my buddy were doing some of the appointments together, and we were just like couldn't sell, and we were losing our minds we're just broke and doing the sales job. So we're just hanging out, smoking weed, like wasting gas and doing these appointments, and we're basically like shampooing rugs for free. So like, let's just be dumb and do those dumb sales tricks with everybody today, like over the top. So we go into this guy's house and we're like, hey, how's it going? Are you the guy that makes the, you guys make the decisions in the house, right? You're the man of the house. And he's like, yeah, I'm the man of the house. Like, we just want to make sure that you're the decision maker because we're going to show you one of the top products in the world today. And we were doing this like over the top, like, just being like retards, doing like every cliche in the book, and then we sold. And then we went to the next house and we sold, and we're like, this can't work. Why are people this dumb? And then you start realizing like, oh, they are this dumb. And then and then you're like, we won a trip to Lake George that we never got because it was a scam. But like, when you do that, when you shake the hand and you say this and you ask these objective questions and these sales markers or whatever, and it seems like you're belittling the person when you do it, and it feels uncomfortable if you have a soul. It works like magic, and they just open their pocketbooks for you. That's the sad part of all that sales stuff.
I've said, dude, my fucking job, I've had to sit through so many like hours long sales workshops they make us do. And it is like, yeah, all that, like, to any rational person with half a brain, it all sounds really stupid. Yeah. Like, you hear a lot of these sales things and you're like, well, that sounds ridiculous and painful for me to even try to do any of that. Yeah. And then you, like, if you start implementing it, you go, well, I guess this works. I guess, like, all of the dumbest things I've ever been told by anyone actually is how you make money.
Well, what's crazy is when I'm in that situation, right? When like I'm at a fitness club where I'm in a situation where I'm sitting down with the salesperson and I recognize they're the salesperson and they're trying to sell me, and I recognize it, I will always say to them, look, this is a good thing. I see that you're upselling me or whatever, but just give me the price. I'm already sold. I came in here to buy, but you're not giving me the price. Yeah. And then they go back to the lines, and I was like, well, I'm going to walk out. And if I walk out, you're not going to get the sale, and you're not going to close. And I start like reverse telling them that, because when they're doing it to me, it feels dirty. But in the past, I've learned like we used to do this vacuum cleaner thing where you have the Kirby and an upright, and you have the other person with their vacuum, and you put baking soda in the carpet. And I'd be like, hey, Dalton, you vacuum because you want to get some of the dirt out of your rug, or you want to get all the dirt out of your rug? And they're like, oh, I want all of it out. Yeah. So if I were to go over this like 15 times with this vacuum cleaner, you'd expect all the baking soda to be up, right? And it feels so unnatural. And then when you finish it up and your vacuum picks up the baking soda, they lap it up like honey.
You know what I just realized though? Like, we're talking about how like you and I recognize that like this is stupid or it's like ridiculous and silly. Yeah. But there was a man who used to be on television by the name of Billy Mays.
Billy Mays, yes. Ooh. I have my pillows. To this day. I use OxyClean every time I wash my whites. That's why I have the whitest whites.
And he hammed it up on TV. Yeah. You couldn't get away from Billy Mays.
Him slapping that thing on the water leak, dude.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
King of the infomercial, dude. The only one that comes close is the meth head with the ShamWow guy.
Yeah, but like Billy Mays did the most cartoonish version of that, like what we're talking about. he was like a legit celebrity, and everybody loved him.
Yeah,
And he was a guy who sold
yeah.
detergent. He just was like, the detergent you have is not working. And then he would just like, hype up OxyClean as like a cartoon character, and it worked. It like,
dude, I use it to this day because of him.
Yeah, he probably became richer than OxyClean itself. Like he had more money.
Well, he wasn't just OxyClean. That was one of his main things.
One of his main.
He was just, if you had a product to sell on infomercials, which was like the original kind of live stream back in the day.
Yeah, I remember infomercials.
It wasn't quite QVC, which was like live streaming, but it was recorded.
There were commercials.
It's like, and it made you feel like, look, this deal's not going to last forever, you dumb bitch. You got to get your credit card now. If your parents are sleeping, sneak up to their room because this is going to end in 30 minutes. You've watched this thing every night after Letterman before falling to sleep.
Yeah,
this has been on TV.
You would see Billy Mays on commercials throughout the day. And then if you just couldn't get enough Billy Mays at like 2 a.m. on Comedy Central or whatever channel, they would switch it to infomercials where it would just be like a 3-hour live feed. And it would be like Billy Mays Uncut, where it was like,
dude, do you know how many times they got me? So they never got me on like products like that, although I do buy them to this day. But they used to get me like on like real estate. I got the Carlton Sheets home real estate course. I got this other toolbox about buying like titles or deeds from the local town for tax evasion or whatever. And I was like convinced at like 3 a.m., like after seeing it for the 100th time, you're like, all right, maybe I will try this. It's only $250. This guy seems to know what he's talking about. Like, he couldn't be running these commercials all the time. It was a complete scam. I mean, that lady Betsy from Ohio looked like she was pretty real, and she was in the commercial.
Right.
And then you get it, and you go through all the paper, and you're like completely lost. You have no one to call. You just throw it in the corner. So I spent probably a good $3,000 on infomercials over the years trying to buy schemes and figure things out.
Oh, I have succumbed to many scams.
Infomercials were my meme coins, dude. Yeah. I was like, this is it, dude. You're buying Fitcoin. I was buying Carlton Sheets wholesale courses,
I just remember like because we had cable, but we didn't have like a premium cable package, and we lived out in the country. It like internet was slow coming out there.
Yeah, DSL.
No, I remember like
dick sucking lips.
Yeah, we had dick sucking lips. No, I just remember like for the longest time, the only internet we could get was like you would get the CD in the mail, and you would get like a dollar. AOL or People PC or some shit like that. And so we just had like we had dial-up forever. And so it was so it was a long time before there was like anything where you could like quickly load a video. And so I remember as I'm like becoming a man, blooming, blossoming.
You were jacking off to ShamWow commercials, dude?
No, there were these like late at night because we didn't have premium cable either. So it was like just like flicking through the channels late at night. Like, is there anything remotely resembling something I could like get my penis hard to?
Yeah.
It was like
you never went to the written word, huh?
No,
okay,
but there was like this like I guess like it was like QVC but for sex toys.
This I've never. This is new.
Yeah, it was like I want to say it was like an Adam and Eve infomercial. It was some kind of like late night infomercial that was like an adults after dark infomercial.
So this was after Girls Gone Wild, I assume.
This was just separate from because I do remember there was a Girls Gone Wild infomercial that was like 3 hours of just this repetitive like Girls Gone Wild advertisement, which you could jack off to that. That was one that would work. But then there was like another one, like if I couldn't find the Girls Gone Wild infomercial, if it wasn't on, there was it was like a different infomercial that was like QVC, but it was like two middle-aged women promoting like adult sex toys.
Yeah, this I don't
So
remember.
it would
at
just
all.
be like, it would just be like two like women in their like 40s just holding a vibrator or some kind of dildo or jackrabbit or some shit like that.
And you'd have to use your mind to imagine what was going on, dude.
Yeah, and so they would be talking and using all of the innuendo and like synonyms and like language for TV, where they would talk about like the sensation or the pleasure. Like they couldn't say like.
So you kind of were whacking off to the ring.
Yeah, and so it would just be
poetry, dude. Sexual poetry,
it was
erotica.
like the most sterile, non-sexual, sexual thing where it was genuinely just a sales pitch. It was a sales pitch for a dildo.
You were whacking off to sales, dude. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah,
that's why you're a salesman now, dude. That probably set you up, ingrained in your psyche,
it
dude.
imprinted on me. I was.
You should try beating off when you sell your product.
My
See if it unlocks something. Yeah.
Yeah, my earliest jacking off memories were just like two blonde, sun-damaged women trying to sell a jackrabbit vibrator. Oh. And it was just like, just in my mind, the thought of them okay, so I know like what that's used for, and like they put it inside of their vagina, their pussies, their vaginas. I've seen one of those. And so like she's holding, so I'm just imagining in my mind, like, okay, so yeah, like
these two ladies are really close to something penis-shaped right now.
Yeah, I don't know, something about it.
These two ladies are holding these things, and they know what to do with them.
It was sexual enough where it was two women sitting next to something shaped like a penis, where I was like, all right, I'm locking it in, and now I'm going to the bathroom to jack off.
Oh, you wouldn't even do it in the room. You'd have to lock that in.
No, because it was like on the family TV, so it was like, I'm not gonna just like jack off.
Stayed up late and like put a blanket over yourself and watch this
terrified, dude. I was fucking terrified that somebody would walk in. So I would try and like watch what I could, and I had my button sitting on the return button to go back to Cartoon Network if I heard a door open.
Yeah,
and then like I would watch enough of it where like in my mind there's like a bar that's loading. There's like I'm filling up the progress bar, and then when I have watched enough of two women selling dildos that I have enough in my mind to jack off, I go, I turn the channel back to Cartoon Network, and then I change it to like Nickelodeon, so that if anyone came and hit the return button, it would only be between those two channels, and it would not return them to the two women selling dildos channel. And so I've got everything. I've made sure that everything is clean. I've cleaned up, like the untraceable. And
there's no paper trail back to these.
And so then I go to the bathroom and just think about two women selling dildos on adult after dark QVC.
So I'm thinking back. So we had cable, and we used to have these huge controllers that were like wide and boxy, like that like click down. They weren't like the thin ones. They were like these rectangular bricks. Like they were probably like the size of this thing. They're like really bricky like controllers. But I used
By the way, Goblin Gang is reversing. We're due for another leg up on Goblin Gang.
My parents would be asleep, and there was a bit long hallway. There was the bathroom, and then go down further down the hallway. My room was on one side, and then down another small hallway was the den. And I used to go. We had a TV, a lazy boy, and a couch in the den, and I would watch MTV late night. And you're watching video after video that are like 2 minutes long, and you're like, no, like this doesn't do it. And then like a Madonna video would come on, and you're like, okay, I can probably get one off the Madonna or Salt and Pepper. But then you're playing like roulette.
Chris Isaac video.
So now you're playing like roulette though, because like you're going and you're watching the thing, and you're like, oh, this is a really hot Madonna part's coming up. Do I bust here? If I hold it and go past, I don't know what the next part is. And then you have to stop because it turns into like dudes dancing. So you're like, come on, stop dudes dancing. Get back to the ladies. Get back to Madonna's nipples for me, please. But once rap videos hit, you're like, okay, this is sweet.
Dude, did you ever see the Chris Isaac music video for Wicked Game?
Yes, dude. Oh,
dude,
dude, on the beach, dude, when they were rolling around, dude.
That's
Hell
one of the
yeah,
most
dude.
jerkable music videos. But dude, that video is like, yeah, dude, gets me buzzing even now thinking about it.
Yeah, I can.
I'm getting a rise in my Levi's.
I did still get some of the fear though, so I would have that den door closed when this was all going on, and my dad was heavy-footed, so I could usually hear a 6'4" dude coming down to be like, "You still up, dude? Go to bed." You know, if I was up watching these videos or whatever late night. But when you're in the zone, dude, there's no other sound in the world, dude. You're hyper focused, dude. So I remember only like 2 times ever when he opened that door and your whole chest drops and you're like, and you have your whole system in play where you like return back down channel return. And he's like, "What are you watching?" And you're like, "I don't know, Lethal Weapons on HBO. I couldn't sleep or whatever." He's like, "Oh, get to bed soon. You worry your mother when you stay up late." And so you're like, "Yeah, okay, no problem." And then you have to, you were in Jack mode. Yeah. Now you have to like calm down, wait for him to take a piss, go back to bed. Your
fight or flight mechanism gets interrupted.
Has to go back down. Yeah. I mean, you're under a blanket or whatever, and it's dark, and it's just the glow of the TV. It's not like he walks in and sees you, like, cock in your hand or whatever. But like, he's opening the door, and it's a shocking shutdown.
Yeah.
And you're in panic mode, but you're trying to pretend like, "Hey, what's up?" Nah, just watching.
Your heart is beating out of your chest
a million miles an hour. And you're like, "Nah, I just couldn't sleep, just watching this old movie."
Dude, my dad would do that shit. My mom knew better. Like my mom, like at least understood that she had a teenager in the house, so she would knock on the door.
Yeah.
And then like if there was no answer, she would just be like, "Oh, I guess you're asleep."
Yeah.
Or like whatever. Dude, my dad would just like bang on the door one time and then open it.
My dad too.
And
I wonder if they were just doing a bit.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Yeah, but I wonder if that's their old man bit, because my dad used to do that bullshit too. And then the older I got, I'm like, because I hated him for it. But when I got older and I tried to be like empathetic, I was like, I guess it is kind of funny when you're an adult man to like barge in on your 12-year-old whacking off, like put the fear of God in him.
It was just anytime he came to my door, it's
a pretty good bit when you think about it.
Wanted to talk to me about if I was in my room, because there was, the door didn't have a lock on it.
Yeah.
So he would just like bang on it once and then be like, "Son," and then open the door, and I'd be like, "Man, I like this." Honestly,
what's the point of knocking if you're just gonna come right in?
Yeah, I just.
But it's also like he's like, "It's my house. I own this house. I'll go in your room if I want to."
Yeah,
little queer.
So.
What are you doing in here, you little queer? Smoking weed?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, it's everybody jacks off. So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Yeah, I often wonder as I get older, like if my dad was just really that mentally inept, or if he just needed to do stuff like that to like
there might be like a certain
I always wonder, or he's doing his own little bits to keep himself happy. Because up until like even when my dad was like in his 70s and my sister and me were in our 30s and 40s or whatever, if he was walking up the stairs before us and you got like right behind him, he would just rip a big fart in your face and laugh. And he loved that into his dying day. So maybe he was just a bit of a trickster, dude.
Yeah, he might have been a bit of a trickster. But there's also like, I kind of always wondered this about my dad, where like there's a certain type of, especially married people, there's like a certain type of married person who just becomes sexless.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, is no longer a part of their life.
Oh, so he didn't understand that you're whacking off.
Sometimes I wonder that about him, because like, I remember as a teenager, like trying to ask him about these sorts of things, and he just would be like, "Oh, it's been a long time since I've like done any of that. Like, I don't do that anymore. It's just like, I'm just done with beyond sex." So he might have just genuinely like forgotten that that's something that a
Yeah.
teenage boy is going to want to do.
Yeah, it's a lack of like young empathy. I know that my parents stopped sleeping in separate rooms when I was like, and it seems like a good system, to be honest with you. At the time, it seemed a little bit weird. And then once in a while, they would visit, and then that was even weirder because you're like, they're in their own rooms, and then you catch them sleeping in the same bed. You're like, oh, well, now we know what's going on. We could pretend like it wasn't.
Dude, the separate rooms thing is so fucked up because my parents did
I don't
that.
know, because like I don't sleep well when there's a lady in my bed. Very few women.
The move is to do like I Love Lucy, where you have two beds that
Yeah.
if the need arises, you can smoosh them together.
Yeah. That I would agree on. What I am like, I turned 50 in March, and I'm not slowing down, and it stinks. I'm like, I was hoping that like I would get some relief from the flesh at some point.
Yeah,
because
well, it's because you're not married. Because like every married guy I know over the age of 30 is just
that's
like
what I was gonna say.
They're done, dude. Like
I was gonna say, like, so when I date, the women that I date, it's pretty much like not like I don't want to, this was a Christian show, or whatever,
children.
but like the women that I date or whatever,
They're
no matter
under
the
the age
age,
of 18.
no matter the age, women, I'm saying women are not under 18. The term implies, even in 2025, and they it's not that it's not implied, but it's like you have a good time, you have dinner, you go on a hike, you get along, you have sex, you wake up, you probably have sex again. You make some breakfast together. Maybe you have sex another time. Maybe you don't. And you're like, okay, have fun. I'll talk to you soon. Whatever. You go home and you see him later in the week or whatever. And it's always a part of the relationship. And I've never been in a thing where there was like trade where you're like, they don't want to have sex and you want to have sex or whatever. It's always healthy sexual relationship. Then I talked to some of my friends that have been married, and you're just mind's blown because they've been married. So you assume like, the kids come and work comes. So maybe like they're only having sex a couple times a week or whatever, or maybe on date night on Saturdays or some Friday nights or whatever, or sneaking one in the morning. And then you find out like your buddy hasn't had sex in 2 years. And then you're like, really?
Oh, I could not imagine such a thing.
No, no, I'm not saying like you are single though. You're not married, sleeping in the same bed as a woman.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if you're married in the same bed.
I've known
and
that
so
was
then-
always like what I thought marriage was. Like I just was like, yeah, people get married and then they just like don't have sex with each other.
Well, here's the thing: you pry a little bit more, and you're like, "Oh, you're not in the mood or whatever." He's like, "No, I'm dying to." She's not in the mood or whatever. So then you don't want to kind of pry anymore, and be like an asshole or whatever. But it's like, well, are you like doing things? Like, are you making an attempt to like date her and like whatever? Or are you just like trying to climb on top of her and like? Then you're not going to get nowhere. But then when you find like, so, and this has been, I've seen this on Twitter or whatever. And then like women will be like, I can't believe my husband cheated on me. And then you're like, well, what's the full story? Like, have you guys not had sex in 2 years?
Dude, yeah, there's so many stories like that where
he might just be like, I have to bust. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
It's eating me alive.
There's so many stories like that where I am just like, wait. I mean, yeah, it makes like he's kind of justified because it's like it's been years since you like allowed him to have sex, like since you've had sex with him. So it's like at a certain point he's just going to be like, I'm willing to burn this fucking marriage to the ground.
Yeah,
if I get to get some pussy.
Yeah, so like so I always thought of like cheating was like you're having sex a couple times a week, you know what I mean, here and there and blah blah blah, and then the husband's like, well, we only have sex 10 times a week and I want 15, so I cheated with my secretary. They always make it seem like that. When you start digging into the statistics, it's like, oh, they hadn't slept together, they hadn't had sex in 3 years. And then he got a prostitute when he was in Vegas. And it's like,
yeah,
well, all right. So now it's like, yes, he did say to death do it part. And yes, he should work on the marriage. And yes, he shouldn't be cheating. But also, like, you didn't tell me the full story. It's not saying that he should
Dude,
be doing that, but
I
I kind of
truly
understand it a little bit more now that I got the full story.
Yeah, I guess it's people who are just like, because like I was saying earlier, like when people get content or comfortable, even if it's miserable for them, they'll do what they can to just like maintain that.
Yeah.
I think there's just a lot of people who are like in these marriages who are like, maybe they realize or they don't, that they're not in love anymore. There's no passion. There's like nothing left.
Yeah.
But because it's comfortable, because it's just like familiar, they're just like, yeah, I mean, I'll just like do this till I'm dead. And then one day the guy is like, man, I have not had sex like in years. And if I don't have sex soon, I will Benoit this family.
dude, I am like, I'm in a bad spot right now. Like,
This is a very good point, by the way. Sometimes the lady secretly drinks herself into schizophrenia and gets put into rehab at the beginning of the pandemic. I think that's that's very universal, and
a lot of people
can
I've been
relate
there,
to.
dude.
Yeah, I think we've all been there.
That's actually really funny. Robbie's third cousin. It made me lose my train of thought. Oh, the real Robbie's first
here.
cousin
Happy
is
Mr.
here, dude.
Beaster. Yes, he is risen.
Yeah, Chris Dolson. Yes, it's 420.
Nasty.
Happy birthday to Hitler if he's listening.
Don't do that.
What?
No, he's south of the border, down Mexico way.
We don't know that. We don't know that. He was very Christian, and he might have repented. In
I like
that.
They say Hitler escaped to Argentina. I like to think he went to Mexico and got with a big booty Latina.
Yeah. Have you seen some of those blue-eyed Argentinians? I would believe it, dude. They're hot.
There's like, dude, yeah. I mean, it's like, even if it's not Hitler, a lot of Nazis did go to Argentina.
Yep.
And so now you have like Anya Taylor-Joy.
Heaven. Some say it's heaven. I heard a lot of people say. So here's what maybe we should do, Dalton. All this stuff. I've been watching these videos of these guys that get taken advantage of financially in like Thailand, the Philippines.
Fill her up.
Yeah. Maybe we need to go. Need to go to a third world country, take advantage of some of these young ladies.
Yeah, I don't want to do that
Emotionally.
necessarily. I just would, maybe like
consensual, but it's they say yes because of the implications.
Meet a nice girl on Twitter and go fly out to wherever she lives and ask her if I can live with her.
Yeah, that's an option too.
Tony Hinchcliffe lives in the Spillabines.
Robbie's on fire tonight.
By the way, if you ever want me to do anything on Kill Tony, if you're willing to give me money, I will do whatever.
You'll put your name in the bucket on Kill Tony?
Yeah, like whatever. Like I don't have any like integrity or standards for myself. I need money, dude.
Yeah. What we were talking about before?
I don't know, dude.
Sexless marriages where people cheat. So I'm right at the brink where I need to either quickly find somebody to date and have sex with, or I need to really push hard through like the next couple of months and really, really get into celibacy, because there's a sweet spot and I'm on the beginning side of the bad part.
Yeah, if I
can get over this hump, I can smooth back into being celibate. But I'm right at the brink now where it's not having sex is making me angry.
Yeah,
so I can't imagine when you're in a marriage and you're going 2 years, because I'm ready to to hurt strangers sometimes.
Yeah, there's pussy right next to you every night, and you're just like, come on, dude.
Well, when you meet, here's the thing: it's nowadays it's tough when you're flirting, and I'm at this weird age where 20-something-year-old women, like, if you're 20-something, can I tell you something? Stop being nice to 50-year-old guys, please. Be mean to me, because my penis doesn't know the difference of you being friendly because you don't see me as somebody sexual. You see me, I know you don't see me as something sexual, but I definitely see you. So be mean to me.
I had to learn that lesson at an early age, because I've always been fat and ugly. And so I learned at like an early age that just because a woman's being nice doesn't mean that she's attracted to you in any way.
Yeah.
Like that was like it was a tough lesson to learn.
They want the
it was-
attention, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just something that I did have to like figure out for myself. That I had to learn like real quick, which is just like, yeah, a lot. Women are not going to be. In fact, it would be like more comforting if they were outwardly cruel to you.
Yeah.
They're actually going to be very nice and sweet to you. And then you just have to like understand that does not mean that you can make a move. It doesn't mean they're
dating a lot
interested
easier.
at all.
Ladies, this would make dating so much easier. Be a complete bitch and mean to everybody that you're not interested in.
Honestly, yes.
And then just be somewhat friendly and like show the least bit of interest and friendliness into a guy that you like, and he'll get the hint because he's already thinking that he likes you. This would solve the dating scene.
You know what's worse than a woman being a bitch is a woman that you want to call a bitch who in no way has been a bitch to you.
Yeah, that's completely nice.
That's so much worse. Like, just be a bitch, and then I can go talk to my friends and be like, "Yo, this woman's a fucking bitch," and then go, "Yeah, I know, dude. That's crazy. She said that to you." Whereas, like, the women in the past that I've called a bitch, I've said to my friends, and they've been like, "Is she a bitch, or is it that she just doesn't want to have sex with you?"
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, this is even worse. This is actually worse.
I'm going to bring one up, and Robbie probably won't like it because he's in the chat, and I know she's a friend of the show, but like Sarah Summerlin, so sweet.
Do not speak
Maybe
ill
she's
of
crazy. I don't know in real life.
Single unkind word about our queen.
I'm not going to. So maybe she's crazy. I don't know her that well. But when I see her on here, I'm like, oh, she's totally sweet. She's like this girl next door type. She does stand up, so she's probably got some mental issues, but she's, you know what I mean? You could see her being sweet and nice at a family function, having some mimosas or whatever, wearing a sundress, out in the summer, reading a book.
Can you bring up Lauren Davis?
Drinking some tea or whatever. And you're like, Sarah, can you just please be mean to all of us so we can stop daydreaming about you in a sundress?
Very nice.
No, and she's totally sweet. You can't say anything bad about her from what I've seen, except for the fact she's a female stand-up. So there's got to be some damage somewhere along the lines. You don't end up female stand-up because everything went smoothly.
I don't co-sign on this, Sarah.
I do, Sarah. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Of the show, you have an open invite. You're welcome here anytime.
Sarah, if you want to try to prove me wrong, we can get into discussion about it.
And you know what? I don't object. I would never even objectify. I don't think of you sexually at all.
I do. I put you in a sundress in my mind with Chuck Taylor's on, drinking tea, reading a book in a very sexual way.
She's a valiant gladiator.
I would, Sarah, if you're listening, I'd love to wake up in the morning and you were out in our greenhouse working on some flowers or stuff we do, and then I go out and ravish you before we feed the chickens.
I don't think about shit like that, dude.
I do. Yeah.
No, I just wait. If she posts anything good on Instagram stories, I just snapshot it and save it to my photo album.
No, I would never do that to you, Sarah. My fantasies are more about you baking fresh bread for our kids in the kitchen and having like all sorts of paisley and Easter colored, soft colored appliances that you buy for the countertop and we argue about. If you're listening.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm going to say all this to Josie next week too. So
yeah,
have you checked out any of
just some
cosplay?
super chats going? Show me the 1099s.
Oh, can we listen to my song? I want a redemption song.
Oh fuck, dude, we have songs.
Play this song I put in the private chat. It's this. We've all heard this song, but it's catchy. I need a little pick me up, and I want some redemption for the song that everybody hated a couple weeks ago.
That last song you played was some bullshit.
It was not bullshit. It was a good song. Dalton and me have different tastes in music, but here's a song in the private chat that everybody can love.
I'm not a lyrics guy, so it's like I don't even.
I know this is why this is a very catchy song about a black lady's child. Right. That's wild. I'll tell you about
the thing in a second. We'll do this first.
Everybody loves this song. If you
paid for a song request, we'll do it tomorrow, I suppose. Please hit do more super chats though.
Come on, this is good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, you love this song.
Is this a cover?
Yeah, well, if I played the original that's like 50 years old, we wouldn't get to watch the scenes from Up the Creek with Seth Green from Robot Chicken.
Is that Donald Logue?
I don't know. Was he the guy that sold weed on Workaholics?
No.
Then I don't know. That's who you're gonna turn into, dude.
No,
You're gonna
dude.
get jacked like the guy from American History X.
Oh,
dude.
Ethan Suplee now? Yes.
Yes. Yeah. This is Dax, Seth Green, and I forget the third guy's name. Oh yeah, remember that scene, dude, with the arm part here, the hot hippie
yeah.
in the tree, dude. Dude, I don't mind that type of woman when they have leg or vagina or armpit hair.
Right.
There is women that's too much. Oh, I forgot about the gay sheriff in that. Oh no, that was the other one. That was Saving Silverman. Silverman? Saving Sarah Silverman?
Yeah, Saving Summerlin. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Saving Sarah Summerlin. I was thinking Saving Sarah Silverman, but it's crazy when you think about how much Seth Green has done. Because I forgot that he's in the Austin Powers movies. He did Robot Chicken, which
What the
is just
fuck
a
was
cult
this?
classic. And then
Yeah.
everybody loves Up the Creek, dude. That's
Without
that's
a
a-
paddle.
that's a yeah, Without a Paddle, a TNT all day USA all day run on the weekends when just one movie after another's playing. That's on in the background. A little Shawshank Redemption 3 times in a row. Then that once,
dude.
back to Shawshank 3 times in a row.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That was a good little cover.
Yeah, like
Whoa,
that's a
bl-
good song. Wholesome.
Whoa, Black Daddy.
Yeah, it's way down in Alabama. I've never been to I've been to Alabama, but I've only been to Pensacola, Florida, and then right over the line
dude,
into Alabama.
Pensacola is so good.
I met this girl online from a Facebook group that I was in that we made plans for me to come down. She had every opportunity to blow it off. My flight even got canceled. I said, "Hey, I can get a refund. Should I not come?" She's like, "No, that's silly." Then I'm like, "Well, when I get down there, I just have a room. You're driving me around and hanging out." She's like, "Yes, get down here, silly." And I got down there and I just sat in my room. There was no Uber or Lyft. She came and got me like twice, and then we went out and she left me in the streets alone in Pensacola,
Yeah.
Florida. Yeah, bad
Pensacola's
experience.
nice. It's a good place to just like be outside by yourself.
It was pretty cool. We went to some bars that were outside and we drank. And I actually found a bar that they had the giant 2x4 Jenga. So I
Yeah.
played giant 2x4 Jenga with some gentlemen from Alabama and drank. But I don't know if I was way down in Birmingham, but I was definitely in Alabama.
So there's the beet for me salad. This is $14.
Beet your meat salad, dude?
Roasted golden beets.
I like beets.
I love beets,
They're
dude.
good for your blood pressure,
dude,
your penis.
You ever been to a Jason's Deli?
No, I have not.
It must be like a Texas thing. I don't know. I went all the time as a kid. But Jason's Deli
They got
has
good beets.
They got a salad bar that you
Okay.
can order. You can order just like all you can eat salad bar.
All you can eat beets.
And yeah, they got like this trough of beets that you can put on your salad. Dude, I would just put like 12 beets on a salad. Just chow down some beets and then take a blood red shit later.
So my issue when I get beets, because I'll buy beets like with the stem on them and everything, and then I will put these beets into a salad. But the process of peeling and chopping a beet, and then that juice is like staining everything that it comes in contact
yeah, no,
with.
why
your fingertips, your cutting board. You got to take your shirt off. You got to be clear. You know
that's why I would always just eat I would just buy like pickled beets if I bought them to bring home. They're already done up for me.
Yeah.
But this one, golden, I've never even heard of golden beets. Roasted golden beets, burrata, arugula, pickled red onion, balsamic vinaigrette, and pistachio. I would order either, if I'm getting my salads, it would either be the Nash Vegas Caesar or the beet for me. Then we have pizza, which I believe is
so good they named it twice.
Yes, so good they stole it. It's a infringement upon intellectual. I don't know. Little Caesars.
Little Caesars. I don't think Little Caesars is pulling down the dough that they could pay for the patent. So maybe they snuck through.
They're pulling down the pizza
maybe they
dough.
Bought the trademark,
that's for sure.
Dude. Yeah, maybe
so
they
margarita pizza, that would probably be the one I get. Margarita za, $16. Zesty red sauce, fresh mozzarella, fresh basil. That's my favorite.
That's really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Alabama za. Oh, there we go. Bama lamb.
Wow, this is a callback, guys. Callback.
Garlic cream, pulled pork, pickle. See, now this is one of those pizzas that's like a different thing trying to be a pizza, which I actually really like. Garlic cream, pulled pork, pickled red onions, provolone, Alabama white barbecue, and scallion.
What's the most non-pizza type of pizza you've ever had?
Elotes pizza.
Never even heard of it.
You know what elotes is?
A pizza with very low taste?
No, elotes is like a Mexican treat. It's corn. It's corn. So a quick recipe would be corn, mayonnaise.
I'm not Latin like you, Dalton, so I apologize if you're with all these ethnic foods that you have.
A quick recipe for elotes would be corn, mayonnaise, chili powder, tahini, Valentina, and lime, and Parmesan.
Oh, I've seen that. They like mix it up in a bowl and sell it to you on the street.
Yeah,
corner.
but the real shit should be corn and then like crema fresca and the with chili powder, Valentina, maybe some chili lime, salt, lime, and the cheese is instead of Parmesan that you're supposed to use is cotija.
Yeah.
But for a quick elotes recipe, you just do mayonnaise and Parmesan. But there's a pizza place in Dallas called Zalat Pizza, and I don't know if they still make it, but they did an elotes pizza that was like just instead of like marinara sauce, it was just like a bed of mayonnaise or like whatever the cream is. And then corn and chili powder and all the ingredients for elotes, but on a pizza.
I had a girlfriend once make the Mr. Deeds pizza for me. And because we want to try it, it did not taste good. We ended up peeling the Oreo cookies all completely off and just eating the French fries, the crinkle fries in pizza, which wasn't too bad.
If you go to CC's Pizza Buffet, wherever you can find one, they have a macaroni and cheese pizza there. That's just mac and cheese on a pizza.
What's good is, and and I can still get this vegan in Providence, is a barbecue chicken pizza where they use the barbecue sauce.
That's the best, dude.
As the
That shit
sauce.
is so fucking good.
Yeah, really good. Yeah.
Yeah, they also got that at CC's. That's a really good one.
And it's good, especially, and I can get it this vegan too, is if you get a ranch or a blue cheese dipping sauce, so you're getting barbecue chicken pizza and you're dipping it in a thick, creamy, like dressing that you would
Dude,
dip
sometimes
a
I
wing
like
into.
sometimes I like that better than getting a fancy pizza.
Yeah.
It's just like cooking a $5 Red Baron and then doing it up nice with like a nice ranch dressing.
Oh, dude, I do that too. I will buy like a cheap cheese that you cook in your oven and buy my own toppings that I put on that thing and turn it into a meal.
Yeah, well, I'll do like a $5 Red Baron, but then splurge on the ranch. Like go to like somewhere like Wingstop, and buy
you know what? I'm gonna buy an expensive ranch tonight.
Yeah, because it's like what I really want.
This is like new level of white trash that I've never heard of.
It's like I don't want to dip my pizza in fucking Hidden Valley. So it's like,
okay, I know what you're saying. You're like, I'm gonna get a Paul Newman ranch tonight.
No, nothing from the bottle. I would go to because I can't stand all that shit off the shelf. Tastes so gross to me.
Yeah.
But like an actual homemade ranch, which you can actually make at home. You could buy the Hidden Valley packet and make your own with mayonnaise and buttermilk.
Yeah.
Or you could go to like somewhere like Wingstop, and if it's like $5 for the big container ranch they got there.
Yeah.
And sometimes I prefer to just like cook a cheap pizza and dip it in that.
Dude, that's gotta be a
fancy
sight,
pizza.
dude, for the kid behind the counter.
I'm still getting wings.
Hi, Mr. Pruitt. And he's like, yeah, I just need a tub of your best ranch to go, please.
I'm still
no
also
wings or
getting
anything,
wings.
Mr. Pruitt. No,
In fact, I'm gonna get the
just
wings.
A tub of
I'm getting the wings and the
ranch
fries
to go, please.
I'm getting the wings and the fries. I'm still gonna do that.
Yeah.
Because the fries at Wingstop are really good too. Everything there is good.
I missed a lot of that stuff. I'm happy with the vegan lifestyle since 2015, going on over a decade now. But I did miss a lot of stuff. I never had like the Hawaiian butter rolls at like Red Lobster. A lot of odds and ends that I'll never have the Post Malone Oreo cookies. I'll never know what that's about.
Good, dude. That's
they got milk in them, so most Oreos don't, but those do. Yeah. So there's certain things that I'll never be able to dive into in my restrictive lifestyle.
Yeah.
They'll never be able to, so Wingstop is one of those, a Jersey Mike's grinder.
Oh, Jersey Mike's is awesome. So next we have buffalo chicken sauce, $17, garlic cream, grilled chicken, blue cheese, buffalo caramel.
Oh yeah, that was a little foreshadowing.
This is buffalo caramel again. What the fuck is this?
I brought that up. Just so you guys know, little curtain pull here. That was, I'm not reading ahead, so I brought up the buffalo chicken pizza without even seeing that was next on the menu.
Well, you said barbecue chicken.
Oh, okay.
This is buffalo chicken.
Yeah.
And then we have holler and swine, zesty tomato sauce, Italian sausage, giardiniera, provolone, and basil ricotta. That sounds pretty good.
I know it's late, but if the kids aren't in bed yet, pull them in here. We got a little bit more of the menu to go.
Yeah,
they'll probably want to.
We'll go through this quick and then wrap up the show.
Pull the kids in here. They're probably going to want to hear the rest of it. We still got to go between the bread.
Yeah, so. the Predator Zaw. This is the Joss Whedon pizza, the Crystalia, the.
You know what? I'm sorry, but this is really good. This is up my alley. I do like a sausage, peppers, and onions.
$18.
We used to get a lot of these outside of Fenway. Give me the sausage, give me the peppers, give me the onions.
Zesty tomato sauce, Italian sausage, pepperoni, meatball, mozzarella. That's a meat lovers, my friend.
I don't need that at the end.
Classico Zaw, zesty tomato sauce, mozzarella, smoky pepperoni. We'll save the desserts for the end. Here are the sides. Fries with aioli. Each one is $8. Fries with aioli. Sweet potato fries with barbecue. Well, what if I want the fucking aioli with my sweet potato fries? They'll probably do that for you if you ask.
Dude, they can. We'll have to call up was the number on here? Maybe we could call and ask.
Smashed red potato and bacon braised kale. I tell you what, I bet that kale is really good.
Smashed red potatoes. I gotta make those. I keep seeing recipes for those. Those look good.
They're great, dude. I've made
like
them.
the smashed or like
The
the
lemon
double
zest.
cooked, really crispy type ones.
Yeah, they're good, man. Let's get some super chats going. Anyway, so now we have Between the Bread. Beautifully broken Between the Bread.
Yeah.
Served with fries. Meatless burger option available. Gluten-free bun is $2 extra. Starting off the burgers is the NADC burger, $22. And there is an asterisk here. Served raw.
I don't want to. Do you know what NADC is? I don't want to guess because mine is probably going to be
Jelly's
edited
favorite
off of YouTube, folks.
Jelly's favorite burger. This menu is on a first name basis with Hoss with roll.
Yeah.
Jelly's favorite burger ever. The Not a Damn Chance burger consists of 100% Texas raised Japanese Wagyu beef, American cheese. Now that's how you know a real burger enjoyer came up with this recipe, because that is the best cheese for a burger. It melts perfect. I'm a ardent defender. I'm an American cheese truther.
This NADC thing here, right? It's a little so the American cheese, I do agree with you. That is the best burger cheese. But it's a little decadent because they're going with the Japanese Wagyu, which is an expensive beef to grind up. And then they're putting American cheese on it. So it's like, look,
do you see the cost? Do you see the price of this burger? It's not even that unreasonable.
We're going to go to the ends of the earth to get you the softest,
it's not even
most
that bad.
genuine, massaged meat.
For what you get on this burger, $22 is a steal. You're losing money not ordering this burger.
The juxtaposition of those two things, of the Japanese Wagyu with then they're slapping American cheese on it, you think they would put
You're not. No. The American cheese on a burger is.
You almost don't even want the cheese if you're gonna.
You don't even understand that the burger transforms even a Kraft American single. It's a completely different. By the time it's cooked, it's
just,
a whole different
if you're gonna get the Japanese, just leave the cheese off.
No, do the American cheese. Ooh, $5 from Robbie's third cousin. It's incredible. There's not a peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll option. Well, that could, the menu is. It's like the Bible itself. It's a living document.
There's a weekly burger special. Maybe we could call up.
Secret sauce, onions, pickles, tamed jalapenos. Well, I wouldn't want untamed jalapenos. Or wait, what does that say?
I'm still.
Does that say tamed or tarned?
Chat, sound off on this. If you're getting Japanese Wagyu, do you want cheese on there?
Potato bun.
Especially like American cheese.
Loser's burger.
There's no Japanese cheese of some sort.
This is that classic cheese. Sad sack roll.
Shtick. Are you reading the Loser's Burger right now?
Loser's Burger, $19. Classic cheeseburger, no fun, no thrills. Double Wagyu smash patties, LTO American.
Whoa, they got a second burger on here made with Japanese Wagyu.
Mm-hmm. Guilty Bird, brother, $17. He's now.
I wonder if he'll be able to keep this menu up with the tariffs.
Now he's implementing the jelly roll personality of, I guess, just always feeling bad and being sad about your life. The Guilty Bird.
I forgot about that.
$17. Nashville Hot Country Fried Chicken, pickled cucumber. My friend, we call those pickles around here. Buttermilk herb dressing and a brioche
you can
bun.
Pickle turnips. They had that earlier.
I know you.
Also
hold on.
You can pickle red onions.
You can pickle a lot of things, but what is colloquially known as a pickle in the States is a cucumber. So, like, a pickle would refer to a pickled cucumber, and then any other foods that have been pickled would be pickled noun. So, pickled beet, pickled garlic, pickled quail egg. Those are not pickles. Those are a pickled food item. Whereas a pickle, if you were to just say to me pickle, in my mind, I'm picturing a big old Vlasic
I don't disagree.
Cucumber.
I don't disagree, but I don't know. Where did he have these menus printed? Maybe they were printed in a foreign country.
Hangover burger. Oh, hey, paging Dr. Faggot.
I love the fact that he's like
$22.
he's not sober, but he is like drinks and talks about recovery and has
No,
hangover
yeah,
hangover.
well, yeah, he does drink and smoke weed, but he's basically sober
All right.
spiritually.
Spiritually,
Hangover
yeah.
burger,
But he
$22,
still has a
double
hangover
Wagyu smash patties, American cheese, applewood smoked bacon, fried egg, and a brioche bun. Damn, that. Not only does that sound good, that is what I would imagine you would eat to cure a hangover. That's very much hangover food.
Yeah.
Poor boy hoagie. Now you could just call that a po' boy. That's what they called it, Razoo's. But here it's the poor boy hoagie. $22.
They probably couldn't get the rights to that after they spent all their money on pizza.
That's true. That's a good point, Dave.
Yep.
Tomato braised beef and pork meatballs, provolone pesto hoagie roll. Now I would not get that. As not, maybe if I had already tried everything else on the menu, which I do hope to do one
probably
day.
would be the case, especially like once you're at Tim Dillon level in your fame. Tim Dillon's the type of guy that's going to, Capitol Grill.
Lee
and the Empire
Rector
State
damn
Building.
near killed her. $4.20.
We know that once you've hit your peak of fame, that you will be somebody that is going to a jelly roll place like this quite frequently.
Yeah, and they got a table reserved for me. I got my own table.
Yeah,
and the meal is comped.
Yeah, you and Theo Vaughn will be rolling into the back of this, like that scene in Swingers where they go to the namesake bar Swingers.
Yeah.
To go sit in the booth.
And then we have the center steak sandwich, grilled prime flat iron. I don't know what this flat iron shit is. Bacon, bourbon, jam, arugula, blue cheese, roasted garlic aioli, and a brioche bun.
I think the flat iron is like a smash burger. So you have.
I think the flat iron is like a steak, like a skirt steak or a sirloin.
Oh, it is. All right.
Yeah,
I thought it was when you're making a burger, you can either let the juices sit there naturally up, or you can press.
No, because they got the flat iron up here on the meat.
Weight of that thing that flattens it and has a handle like an iron.
The meat and potatoes entree also says flat iron, so I think it's like a steak. It's probably like a cheaper cut, like a New York strip or a sirloin. Maybe.
Either definition's good with me. I will sleep fine, never knowing.
Texas Darlin Burger, $22. Double Wagyu smash patties, aged white cheddar, pulled pork, barbecue, tobacco onions. Here with the tobacco again. Brioche bun. That one sounds pretty good. That pulled pork, I bet, really ties it together. Honky Tonk pulled pork hoagie, $20. Pickled cucumber, barbecue, braised red cabbage, and a hoagie roll, $20. That sounds good. And then weekly burger special. Inquire with your serving. I definitely would ask what the weekly burger special is. They would tell me, and it would not sound as good as anything else on the menu. And then I would say, "Oh, cool! I'll have this one instead."
Can I say, have you ever had cream cheese and egg and peanut butter on a hamburger?
No.
It's really good.
I bet
the tanginess of the peanut butter doesn't seem like it would fit, but it does good. So I would use.
I bet those flavors kind of mesh.
It does. It's good for breakfast. You do like a burger with peanut butter on one side of the roll, cream cheese on the other side of the roll, and then an egg on the burger.
Now here we go. The desserts to finish. Dad's key lime pie, $12. Who's Dad? Mr. Roll. Vanilla whip, graham cracker crust. And then this is probably the one I would order. Old-fashioned jelly roll, $12. Lemon sponge cake, strawberry jelly, mascarpone whip, and toasted almonds.
Yeah, there's Robbie's third cousin's answer is they probably couldn't have the peanut butter and jelly on a roll when they have the old-fashioned jelly roll on the dessert menu.
Yeah, dude,
it'd be really confusing.
Probably pretty good
for the way
the dessert menu leaves one thing. I wish there were more desserts.
Yeah,
than just the key lime pie. But it's a new establishment. It's a new eatery. I'm sure they're going to update the menu over time and build it out. And maybe take away some things, add new items. So this is not the end-all be-all of Jelly Roll's Goodnight Nashville menu. This is what's available currently, and this, probably will change over time. But so far, so good. I mean, I'm loving most of what I'm seeing here. Some items I probably would steer away from, but I'm definitely, hoping one day to have like tried every, enough on the menu that eventually I go, well, I've never had that one, and then I try that as well.
When I worked in a Greek pizza restaurant growing up, I got to try so many different foods, and I kind of got stuck in the habit of like a small cheese pizza. The old-fashioned Italian grinders where I would toast the cheese and the meat before I put the veggies on, crisp little oil and vinegar, salt and pepper afterwards. And then I would do steak and cheese with peppers and onions. And then somebody kept ordering steak and cheese with lettuce, but the onions weren't cooked. So it was steak and cheese, uncooked onions, lettuce, and pickles. And I was like, I got to try this. And I will say, if you ever do steak and cheese with crispy, cold pickles, really good. And that was reminding me that sandwich that brought up on the hoagie roll. It doesn't seem like when you have like a hot sandwich with like pulled pork or steak and cheese or something, that cool dill pickles would be good on it. It's really good.
This is a good question. How do you think Goodnight Nashville's stacks up against Joey Rosa's sandwiches? Well, let me tell you this, my friend. I've seen Joe DeRosa do stand-up, and I've eaten one of his sandwiches. His true calling is sandwiches.
Yeah. That's not a joke when they say that on Kill Tony, that somebody pulled him aside and to help him with comedy career told him to make sandwiches.
I mean, by the way, to be honest with you, I've seen Joe DeRosa do like a 15-minute spot live. Yeah. He is very talented. He's very funny and knows how to do stand-up comedy. He's good at it. Good. I've also eaten one of his sandwiches. I think he has more of like a panache, a gift when it comes to sandwiches.
Yeah, I heard he makes like the brisket fresh and the meat, roast beef and everything fresh and smokes it.
I went there and I was like, well, shit, man, $8 for a sandwich ain't nothing. I'll try one. And I was like, yo, this is one of the best fucking sandwiches I've ever had. This is really good. So he's a Renaissance man. He can do stand-up. He's in Better Call Saul, and he makes sandwiches.
Yeah, and he was in Men in Black, right?
No,
he played the guy that drank the sugar water that had like the hunchback and looked like a bug.
Yeah. Yep, he was the boneless Vincent D'Onofrio.
Honestly, dude, if Joe DeRosa was sitting on Kill Tony, if Joe DeRosa,
hold on, where's Robbie? We gotta rip out Joe Dirt Rosa.
I forgot that Robbie's got his.
I need Robbie here to
DeRosa
do. Let's somebody put a pin in that. Remember that for the next time we do a Crowder Boys episode. Joe Dirt Rosa is a character we got to work on.
When you watch, like, just the way that he's built and he's like a shoulderless worm or whatever, if his front of his face just popped off and there was a little alien inside there, you would not be that surprised with Joe DeRosa.
I would be very surprised to him with anybody that happened to, honestly.
I don't know.
If somebody's face popped off and there was a little alien piloting their body,
so
that would be shocking.
I have a love-hate relationship with Ian and Joe because you see them all the time. They are fun-loving and they're on the shows and they are good at being like the butt of the joke or whatever. But really what has bothered me over the years is I am the same kind of asshole that likes the music that Ian and Joe DeRosa like. And it drives me crazy because I'm like, oh man, like they have the same taste in music as me, which is, as some would say, good taste in music. Oh, that's what I like to listen to. And it drives me nuts when somebody you don't really care for that much is so into something that you're into. So over the years, I've like walked the line, and Joe DeRosa has won me over. Ian has won me over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Ian listens to some stuff that is just like absolutely too cliche. But a lot of it, too, is when you go to the shows for years and seen them, it kind of like becomes built into your psyche. And so you like stuff that Dalton's like, and exactly why do you like this? And, it's nostalgia, I guess, was part.
Yeah.
Being there and watching it progress. Yeah.
Well, there's a... Speaking of music, nobody likes. Well, there's more. There's other requests. We'll get to those tomorrow. Thank you for the super chats.
Speaking of music nobody likes, I watched the TikTok that Will Smith made, which is a video that he released on his YouTube channel. If you haven't seen it, it was 2 weeks ago. I wanted to bring it up in the show, but I think you guys were on the other episode when it came out on Reveling Brothers or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But Will Smith, check it out. He plays different characters and raps about himself, and he actually swears and says the N-word for the first time in a rap song.
Ooh.
Because he's playing a character. He's not playing Will Smith. Because Will Smith don't need to cuss in his album sell records.
Right. Oh yeah, so music nobody likes. So I've been obsessed with, and I've talked about it at length, but let's dive into it a little bit. The latest Mars Volta album, Lucro Sucio, Los Ojos del Lavacio,
rolls off the
Dirty
tongue.
Prophet, the Eyes of the Void. Yeah, it's the only album I've ever listened to that has a semicolon in the album title.
Yeah.
Lucro Sucio, semicolon, Los Ojos del Vacío.
That's kind of annoying,
So
no?
I would say, what?
Do you like that elitist
Yes,
aspect of it?
As someone who paid to go to college, I do appreciate
I could see that.
the intellectual elitism of a semicolon in Spanish.
Yeah.
And this is, I've definitely mentioned it a lot because I'm fat. Well, first, you know what? This album and the one before it, because I finally like visited the pop album from 2022. I am genuinely very appreciative and fascinated by where they're headed musically, because they do seem to have like, I don't know if they've like abandoned their old sound, or if it's just like, they're having fun like playing with their sound and experimenting. But it's like such a far departure from what they used to sound like. That's really interesting to hear where they're going. And like the pop album that they put out, the self-titled album in 2022, is really fun. Like I didn't think I would like it when I heard it was a pop album.
Yeah.
And listening to it, I enjoyed pretty much every song on the album. I was like, this is very fun. And it doesn't have any like the same intensity or like kinetic feeling of like their previous work.
Yeah.
It's like a pop record. It's just like fun, like bubbly kind of pop music.
You thought it was like soda pop, and you're like, I can get into
I think,
this. It's bubbly.
I was like, I love soda.
Yeah.
No, it's just like a really fun album. I was like, oh, this is like really cool to hear them do like a pop album. And then like this one, but the latest record.
Technically, so we need to get popular to be a pop album, though, right? Pop is short for popular, or is it short for soda pop?
They're fairly popular. Like they got like a pretty like loyal fan base. Maybe not.
I listened to them. I did when Sal got into them for that little bit. So did I.
Yeah, they're maybe not like the biggest band ever, and maybe they still tour kind of as an opener to Deftones, but
They opened for the Deftones, the Mighty Mighty Deftones.
They did open recently. They toured opening for the Mighty Mighty Deftones. and I heard they played this new album was their whole set. They played this all in live, which is like really funny to imagine because it's such a
19-minute acoustic.
It's just such like not a compliment, like complimentary to the. It's not complimentary to anything. Like I don't know what you would pair this with. Like it doesn't make. It's because Deftones is like heavy, horny Mexican rock music. This album is like a very meandering, ethereal, sort of like spacey, abstract.
I wonder if the fans are on drugs.
Probably, yes. And I don't know.
I met a young lady who was telling me.
But I would say
I don't want to dox her.
The album starts off with a lot. It definitely like is like a kind of performed, like composed and performed as like one arrangement almost. Like each track kind of flows into the next, and there's not really a sense of like individual songs necessarily. It's all just kind of like one piece almost. And so like the first like 4 tracks on the album are like very short, like a minute, 2 minute. And it's just like kind of like wandering around musically. And then I would say it like really starts to pick up on track 5 here. We'll listen to a little bit of this. The Iron Rose, which I believe also has like there's another title for it. I think it's like Subtilata or something. I don't know. But officially on the album is titled The Iron Rose. And I would say this is where it like starts to kind of pick up, like the tempo picks up and it gets a little more energetic, but still is like almost like very much
my soul is
I
open
guess like
to
meditative. I don't even know, like, I'm still
listen.
Anyway, I guess this will be the last time I talk about this album. Maybe not, probably not. It's my channel. I'll do whatever I want. Please give me money. But let's listen to a little bit of this. This is pretty cool. Everybody's gonna love this through the StreamYard thing. Through the stream.
Yeah, the music, even with my headphones, they sound terrible. It sounds very
so bad
tinny.
for the audience. It sounds great for me. So
it sounds bad for me too. It's very tinny. So I'm with the audience. Phil Collins, Genesis, old school. Very good love-making music. I would love to take a young lady, so gently lay her down on my sheets, light some candles, and play that music for her.
It's funny. Everybody's saying it sounds like Phil Collins, and the album is called Lucro Sucio, and I've been calling it Lucro Sucio Studio.
It's the studio. Yeah.
The album.
And Phil Collins,
cool
Genesis,
album.
Same thing. Yeah. Yeah.
And it all kind of feels like that. Like the whole album is very much like just very, very breezy and very like Genesis flavored.
Well, even when the drums come back in, when that one part and they're hitting the doom, 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 it's like very, very Genesis-esque. Yeah.
Yeah. It's cool.
I like that. That was good. I like that better than some of the other stuff that I had listened to of them. It took me a little bit in the beginning, though.
That's what's respectable.
I had to find, so if you go into stuff with an open mind, if you go in a closed mind, you can always figure out a way to hate something. But if you try to go in and you were like, just vibe with it, kind of like being my shaman through it, it took me a little bit to find where I needed to be in myself to enjoy that. Once I found it, I really did enjoy it.
Yeah.
As dippy as that might sound. Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember I guess in high school, somebody showed me D-Louse in the Comatorium, and I like...
Tiffany, I would lay you down in the bed, light some candles, and play that song and rock your mind. Unless you're a man, and then I take that all back. Or if you're over 29, forget that I said that.
But I remember like being in high school, and like when I listened to their first record, it didn't really impact me in any way, really. I just was like, okay, yeah, this band. But then it was with Francis, when I first listened to Francis the Mute, that very first, like as soon as it starts, I just was like, that was where it like clicked, where I was like, I've never heard anything like this. And then I went back and re-listened to D-Louse. I was like, this is genius. Francis Muse genius. Amputecture. All of it's great. It's not for everybody. No. It's definitely like intellectual elitist music. Very much like you gotta have a college degree to really enjoy it. And but I don't know. I really vibe with them, and I think it's cool that I think they have a sound they're known for, which would be like probably what you hear on the first 4 albums. Yep. And then like they seem to be made like what they're going for now as the band, continues to exist in whatever form it does, is that they just do whatever they want. So it's like they're not adhering to necessarily like any one sound or flavor with their music. They really do. They get in there and they have a good time.
Yeah. Hey, chat, by the way, never listen to women. Tiffany doesn't know what she's talking about. She said above that she would laugh if somebody pulled that about. You have her laughing in the bedroom. If you make her laugh,
it is kind of odd. It would be odd to be
she
like.
She would love. No, don't. Of course, this is a beautiful love song. This is a beautiful song to make love to a woman to. Everybody, don't listen to Tiffany.
Even I know better.
Don't take advice from the fish to how to catch fish. You want to play this? You want to light some candles, some tea candles, lay her down on your navy blue sheets that you haven't washed in 3 months. Spray a little bit of Oxium in the air to take the smell of your laundry out of the room and gently kiss her to this song playing.
No,
Trust me.
I know better than to put on fucking, you know.
Nope, I'm gonna play this.
I would play.
I'm gonna prove you wrong.
I would put it on like Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac.
You just look at you, and she's like, "Why are you playing this? Look, it's been a while. I just need this. Just give me this win, please."
Yeah.
just give me this win. I really need this. Return of the Mac.
This had the whole hood bumping when this joint dropped.
What did I make love to last? I think SZA. SZA.
SZA.
She plays some beautiful hip hop music, some R&B for the ladies. But then don't listen to the words, because like one of her songs is about like killing her ex. It's called Kill Bill, from like talking about
like
a song
the movie.
Like the movie, yeah. So like if you listen to the lyrics, it gets kind of creepy. You just got to vibe with it and you know, make sure that they're worked up. You're worked up.
Sophie. You were listening to Sophie? She's whatever. I don't know if she was a she or what Sophie's deal. I think Sophie was just Sophie. I think like Sophie had transcended pronouns and was proper noun. Sophie.
That's music to make love to.
I can make you happy. I can make you feel better. Whatever you're feeling.
Dude, that's good love making music. I can make you feel better. And that's good rhythm, dude. Turn around, slap her ass. I can make you feel better.
I can make you happy.
Yeah, dude. Women love making love to that.
Dude,
that sounds like a good tune.
Dude, Sophie was great. I don't know what happened. I think Sophie like got drunk one night and fell off a balcony or something. So Sophie's dead now. But yeah, Sophie was good.
You know, it'd be a good lovemaking song is "Take It to the Limit" from the Karate Kid soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Take it to the limit.
So what's the deal? What's going on? I mean, we gotta wrap this up soon. I gotta go to bed. But so what's the deal? They got this Cobra Kai show, but then there's a new Karate Kid. There's a new Karate Kid movie coming out also.
With the trans lady
Macchio,
or something. The
Ralph
trans black.
Macchio and
Oh, I
Jackie
did see
Chan.
they're bringing trans. Yeah, I did think that he's going to be the coach, and I think he's going to probably coach like a black trans lady or whatever. But they're bringing him back to coach.
The Cobra Kai show, which I watched like the first couple seasons, and I have like zero attachment to the Karate Kid.
Yeah,
like I'm not an '80s kid, so it's like a movie I saw that I was like, all right, nice. And then just never thought of it. Like I didn't realize that there were people who like had affection for that movie.
The Karate Kid.
Yeah,
I like the one where he's got the shower curtain around him.
I guess I don't know.
That was cool.
But
moved to the city.
The Cobra Kai show is funny because it is a show that's just about like a local karate dojo, like a strip mall karate dojo.
I never saw it, but I heard good things.
But then like karate fights keep happening everywhere. Like they really are kung fu fighting, like that whole show.
Very realistic kung fu fights everywhere.
Yeah, where it's almost like it almost becomes like Sons of Anarchy, where it's like there's like actual gang wars happening, but it's between like rival karate dojos.
The last one I saw was when they were going, and then it gets you juiced up because the balls are hitting the bongo thing.
Oh yeah, no. In the show, it's like the fucking villain from the first movie is like a washed up burnout, and then he starts a karate dojo, and then Ralph Macchio is like a used car salesman who just also has his own karate dojo in his backyard.
I might have to watch for Macchio. And then I wouldn't watch the lady. I'm like, I'm not watching a lady Karate Kid. And then they had Jackie Chan.
Yeah, and then throughout the series, they start bringing in people from like I think like Elizabeth Shue shows up at one point, and then
young or old Elizabeth Shue.
current Elizabeth Shue. They reconnect with Shue.
She looks like a Shue.
She's your age.
Yeah, I look like a
she
shoe
looks
too, but
good.
she's a lady though.
She looks good though. She looks pretty
Ladies
good,
aren't
dude.
supposed to
She
look
looks-
like
she's
men.
a cutie, dude.
I
I'd
look
watch-
gross and disgusting because I'm
I'd
a
watch her
gross,
s-
disgusting
I'd
monster
sell,
man.
I'd watch her sell a dildo on late night QVC.
Yeah, 30 years ago.
But then they bring
But that's
back
a
like
woman's job is
one
to
of the
be
guys
hot
from
and
the
sexy so that she can lock you up, so that you fall in love with her personality and you see past the fact that she's old, disgusting lady.
yeah, I don't know, man. Elizabeth Shue looks pretty. She still looks pretty
I'm
good,
gonna look
man.
her up.
You really. I'm gonna be. I hate to like. Maybe. I don't know. I hate to have to like break this to you or like
Let me look this
you
up.
know hit you with like the truth here, but
Is it, how do I spell Elizabeth Shue? It's not SOH.
I'm gonna be. It's just like I don't know. I don't know like how many 20-year-olds are like in your like are or like genuinely like romantic
Dalton, I'm
options
always
where you-
building you up. I'm always saying you're the next
I'm
Tim
telling
Dillon,
you,
you're
you
gonna be a
probably-
millionaire. Maybe I'm gonna be your Ray Kump. Maybe I'll be your Andy
You probably
Richter, and I
have a
can get a
better
beautiful
shot
lady
with,
too.
like-
Maybe you should build me up a little bit.
You probably have a better shot with actual real Elizabeth Shue than any 20-year-old.
Oh, I'm not pulling her up. Actually, she does look pretty good here.
She looks pretty good.
She looks good on her eye and yeah. Okay, I take it back. Elizabeth, if you're watching this, I apologize. I don't know what was going on. I was having a rough spot. I'm in kind of a bind lately. Been in the cold spell. But now that I'm looking it up, I would have sex with you. So if anybody makes a short of
Elizabeth
this,
Shue, if this
yeah.
gets back to you, hit up.
You were in the
honestly,
Babysitters Club because I like that movie. Was it
hold on,
Adventures
Elizabeth
in
Shue.
Babysitting?
If you
Loved
see
it.
this, actually DM me.
Oh wait, she's in The Boys. She's hot in The Boys.
Yes, Elizabeth
Yeah,
Shue.
I
If
take
you're
it all back,
watching,
Elizabeth
actually
Shue.
have sex with me, and then you can have sex with Dave.
No, don't do that. He's young. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm going to play Mars Volta for you, light some tea candles, lay you down, and we're going to have sex together. You're going to enjoy it, because I take it back. You don't look old like a shoe. I'm seeing the picture now.
Yeah, she's not Kelly McGillis, dude. Elizabeth Shue is still looking real tight.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
Kelly
actually-
McGillis got so ugly. They brought back Val Kilmer for Top Gun Maverick. They just completely forgot about Kelly. She doesn't even exist in that movie. No mention of Kelly McGillis. Not even like a
the Japanese
Polaroid.
kind of got that figured out, dude. They put in the Inuits, like they would just put her on a ice floe and be like, okay. And they were like, what happened to her? Like, what happened to who? She, you're just out to
That's
sea.
that's kind of what they did in that second Top Gun. Is they were like, Kelly who?
There's that meme online with the dam and the water above and the city below, and then it's like Hollywood, beautiful women and Harvey Weinstein, and ugly, and it's like they're not really finding the best beauties anymore now that they got rid of Harvey. I'm not saying that what he did was right, like as far as the abuse.
Nah, there's some hotties, dude.
But he did a lot of stuff right as far as finding talent. You
Sydney
don't like how he
Sweeney-
cooked, but the meal was good when he was
Sydney
done.
Sweeney, Anya Taylor-Joy, Mikey Madison,
Yeah, when I heard that Sydney Sweeney,
Margaret Qualley,
broke
dude,
up with
there's
a
some fucking
boyfriend.
hotties.
yeah, I DM'd her on Instagram. She hasn't gotten back to me yet, but we'll see. She's single now, so
Yeah.
probably probably get pushed to the bottom of the list alphabetically. Pruitt too. You'd probably not shot. Anybody got a last name that starts with an A?
Oh, by the way, dude, Twitter, I don't. It's funny what goes viral, like what catches on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because I went viral with the kind of what counts as viral. It's
Usually
post-
like a sore, or it burns when you pee.
So it's a post that got
Fluid, a pussy
so
fluid.
far 3.8 million views and 38,000 hearts. So is that viral?
Whoa.
Does that count as viral?
I don't know. Bring it up here. Let
I
me
guess
see
it's
it.
more. It's just more seen than what I usually post. But it was like somebody posted that Sydney Sweeney seemingly confirming that she's single, and it's a picture of her holding up her ring finger without a wedding band on it. And I quote tweeted it and said, "Sydney Sweeney, do you like fat retards?"
I saw that.
And
I saw that.
It kind of blew up, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I think a lot of fat retards can relate to that.
Yeah.
And, you know, we don't know. You're asking the tough questions, really. I have not seen anybody from the Hollywood Reporter ask her that.
Dude, yo, I'm be honest with you. It's gotten enough views that there is a part of me that hopes that she has at least seen it.
Yeah. Can
I genuinely am like laying in bed at night thinking,
oh yeah, it's got 37K hearts, 3.8 million views.
Yeah, maybe
she probably did.
Seen this.
You know what, Dalton? I think she has seen this. I think when you go to bed tonight, you can masturbate to the idea that she saw this. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah. What I would like to, I have a question for you because I saw this post. It's the one that you retweeted and said, "Missed me with that gay shit."
Oh yeah.
I had saw this and kind of
blew by it. Was that guy getting a blowjob? I was just like joking about the fact that she's blowing him and then kissing him.
But here's the thing: relook at this photo because when I first saw this,
upon a second look, there does appear to be another guy there.
Yeah, like where is that an arm? Is this like so? When you look at it first, you just see a dude at top getting a blowjob and kissing at the bottom. But then when you look back at the top, that's not her leg. That's somebody's arm.
Yeah.
Or like, what is that? Who is that?
Yeah.
And what are they doing?
Dude, it do be crazy how a woman will.
Or is this AI?
Will pull her mouth off of your penis and then go to kiss you, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa! What do you think you're doing?
Yeah.
What do you think is happening here?
Yeah, miss me.
My penis was just in your mouth. Do not bring your penis mouth near my mouth. Miss me with that gay shit.
So, Ryan and Danny are breaking the news on this again because there's more articles coming out about this. And Catherine Zeta-Jones had done this to her husband. But the more evidence is coming out that men giving oral sex is causing more throat cancer than smoking cigarettes.
Well, I'm going to live forever because I ain't doing that shit.
Well, I had gotten into it a couple of years ago. You know, you get older, you got to pick up some new tricks. But now I'm like, I'm a health conscious man. Is it okay for me to bring this up, these articles and these objective facts to women?
I don't know.
And show them.
I gotta be honest. I got nothing against it. I just don't know what I'm doing. So it's like that's the issue.
Oh, so it's some gay shit.
No, I don't. Do not even try to get into the tips and tricks and how to do this.
No. It's not the alphabet thing or whatever.
Dude.
This is one trick for all the guys out there. Ladies, back me up on this. Tiffany, where are you? I'm going to need your help here.
This is so disgusting.
What you want to do is you want to get in there and pretend like the clitoris is a tiny penis.
This is so gross.
And you want to suck and pull blood into that clitoris.
There's nothing worse than guys trying to like
take that bean and fill it up with some blood and then just get into it. And like Dalton said when he's listening to Mars Volta is then just vibe with it. Because once it's kind of like when the woman, once the woman has got the blood sucked into the head of your penis, she can just vibe with it and it feels good. You got to do that same thing. Is pretend that the clitoris.
There's nothing worse than
and hopefully
guys,
it does seem like a tiny penis, it's not a large penis.
There's nothing worse than guys trying to like discuss tips and tricks and the skills and how to eat pussy.
Dude, I'm a rugged old veteran, dude. I'm a wily veteran.
There's nothing worse than what you just did is just vile. It's revolting. Is any guy trying to tell
we just
anyone
listened to
how to
you
actually
explain the whole jelly roll menu, dude. I think mine was a little less vile and disgusting.
Well, the jelly roll menu is delicious.
So is vagina, dude. Vagina, most vagina that you run into.
It's certainly not palatable. It's tolerable.
It's tasty. It's okay.
It's just it's like
if you get a clean young lady that takes care of herself, knows her body, is balanced and stays hydrated, it's a pleasant experience. It's something to throw into the repertoire. Animalistically, you have to get animalistic. You can't think about it. You have to shut your
Oh
prefrontal
no, here we
cortex
go.
off
He's
and get in there.
talking
Dude.
about how to eat pussy again.
No. I'm just saying like certain things you just have to go with the vibe, you know?
Right. Yeah, not for me, dude. Keep it Christian.
So we found the one thing that Dalton will not eat is pussy.
Very true. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
I gotta go. We gotta wrap this up.
Okay, we're 4 hours
We're
deep.
in
dude.
Chinese hours now.
Yeah. Well,
Everybody, just remember Joe Dirt
Christos-
Rosa.
Christos Anesti to everybody, which is
Christos Anesti.
Christ is risen, and then you respond Alastos Anesti, which is truly he has risen, or Christos Alastos Anesti, which is Christ truly he has risen. But Christos Anesti is basically a Greek translation from the old Bible saying Christ is risen.
Mariska Hargitay.
Yeah. Hope everybody has a great Easter.
Yes, everybody have a good Easter.
I'm going to make double-decker tacos for my Easter tomorrow, but if you're having a ham or a turkey or something with the family, please enjoy your family.
And if you don't acknowledge Easter, recognize it, it's not too late to get saved.
Yeah.
It's not too
You don't
late
have to
find
go to
Christ.
hell. You don't have to pass over. You can decide to do the righteous thing and believe that God's Son was only begotten Son of God was sent to earth. He died for your sins, and then he on the third day he rose up.
For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son. John 3:16. But thank you, God.
Yeah, God rocks, dude.
Yeah.
God's wicked cool, dude.
So So yeah, that's it, everybody. Mariska Hargitay, Christos Anasti.
Not Christos is nasty, dude.
Crisco Nasty.
Not Crisco.
Crisco.
Christos, Christos Anasti.
Christos Anesti.
Alastos Anesti.
Alastos Anesti.
Yeah. Or Christos Anesti. Christos Alastos Anesti, which is like, because you could say the same thing but put Christ's name in before. Most people just say, yeah, like if you want to sound cool to Giannis Papas tomorrow on Twitter when he says Astos Anesti to everybody.
Yeah, I hope he thinks I'm cool.
Or Stavi does, and he's going to say, you respond Alastos Anesti. And they'll be like, dude, that friggin' little goblin fucker with 12, that anonymous little goblin guy, dude, he's cool. He's chill, Yeah.
Yeah. Well, God bless everybody. And
yeah, thanks for tuning in.
We'll do a little, this is Easter, and we'll do a quick little prayer. Thank you, God, for sending your only begotten Son to die for our sins so that we may obtain the kingdom of heaven, not just in the afterlife, but here on this earth as we accept Christ as our Lord and Savior and find redemption through his sacrifice. And we thank you for bringing us together week after week to celebrate the joy of being alive and finding each other and being with each other. And it's only through you, God, the blessings that you give us and the sacrifice that your Son Jesus Christ made for us that we're able to do this. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Jesus Christ is my nigga.
All right. All right. Well, good night, everybody. Happy Easter.
Good night.
See you later.
Good night.